Yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, I'll be fine next time. Yeah, I'm about to kick off now. He's going to run. I'll catch up with you.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
James, this just needs to be set up here.
I'm not just going to start broadcasting you, by the way.
Go for it.
I need a mouse, man.
Ready to go?
Yes. Yeah.
Cool, ready? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to RWB Auctions 1st of October Antiques and Interior Sale. We have a group of lots here split between myself, who will be taking the first 150, and my colleague Gareth Wasp, who will be taking the remainder of the auction. So without further ado, let's start with lot number 1. Start me off at £10, £10 anywhere, looking for 10. Do we see £10 anywhere? Start me at 10, looking for 10. Do we see 10? Start me off at £10, £10 anywhere. Lot number 1, £10. Can't get a bid, this lot will be passed at £10, fair warning. Lot number 2, bidding straight in on Easy Live at £30, £30 looking for 2. Do we see £2 anywhere? We have 30 looking for 2. Do we see £2 anywhere? £30, 32 now, 32 on Easy Live, looking for 35. Do we see £35 anywhere? £32. Are we all done at £32? Fair warning. That's sold £32 to 641. Lot number 3, bidding straight in at £15, looking for 18. Do we see £18 anywhere? We have 15, looking for 18. £18 anywhere. 15 we have, looking for 18. Are we all done at £15? £18 on the sale room. Thank you, sale room. £18 the sale room. Coming back in at 20, Easy Live. We have 18, looking for 20. Do we see 20? We have 18, looking for 20. Are we all done at £18? Sold to our sale room bidder for £18. That is SR.
I had 15. Yeah, that's right, yeah.
We had 15 on Easy Live. You called 18.
Hold on.
1 second.
Hold on. Go with salary.
Right, that is
Oh,
sold.
hold on. There you go.
Okay. We're reopening that lot at £18 on Easy Live, looking for 20. We have 18 on Easy Live. Are we all done at £18 on Easy Live? Seller me coming back in at 20. We have 18, looking for 20. We're all done at £18. Fair warning. Sold to Easy Live at £18 by 624. Lot number 4, bidding, let's start us off at £50 here. Do we see 50? Looking for 50. Do we see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. £50 anywhere. 25 then. Do we see 25? £25 anywhere. Looking for 25. Easy Live, Selrum, you coming in at 25 in the room, any interest? 25 now online, looking for 28. Do you see £28 anywhere? We have 25, looking for 28. We all done at £25. I can and I will sell to our main bid from Hong Kong at £25. That is sold to buy at 641. £25. Lot number 5, bidding straight in at £48, looking for the 50. Top it up to 50. We have 48 on Easy Live, looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? At £48, looking for 50. Are we all done at £48? I think we're all done at £48. Fair warning. That is sold to buyer 519, £48. Lot number 6, bidding straight in from Cyprus at £55, looking for the 60. Do we see 60? We have 55, looking for 60. Do we see 60? We have 55. 60 is the next bid. Do we see 60? Selrum, Easy Live, you're coming back in again at 60, looking for 60. Fair warning, the main bid has it at £55. That's sold by 644, £55. Lot number 7, bidding straight in on Easy Live at £38, looking for the 40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? We have 38, looking for 40. Looking for 40. Do we see 40? At £38, are we all done? At £38, I think we are. Fair warning. That is sold to buyer 583 for £38. Lot number 8, bidding straight in on Easy Live at £22, looking for 25. Do we see £25 anywhere? 25 with you, sir, in the room at 25. 25 in the room, taking the room bid at 25. With you, sir, in the room at 25. 28's next bid. Do we see £28 anywhere? Online, we're in the room at 28. We have 25. Fair warning with our room bidder at £25. That's sold to you, sir, buyer 249. £25. Lot number 9, bidding in on Easy Live at £10, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anyway? We have a 10 bid looking for 12. Do we see 12? Do we see 12? At £10, are we all done at 10? Main bid has it at £10. Fair warning. That is sold £10 to buy at 504. Lot number 10, bidding straight in at 30. At £30. £30 we have, looking for 32. Do we see £32 anywhere? At 30, we have 30, looking for 32. Are we all done? At £30, the main bid has it at £30. That is sold £30 to buy at 519. Right, that's the first sheet done. On to lot number 11, bidding in on Easy Live at £22, looking for 25. Do you see £25 anyway? A lovely tag, Hoyer. With you, sir, at 25, in the room at 25, room bid at 25. We've taken your bid, sir, at £25. Are we all done at 25? Instantly, coming back in at 28. 28's the next bid. Yes, you are. Hong Kong bid at £28. Sir, you're coming back in at 30. 30 with you. Seeing your bid at 30. We have 30. In the room at 30. Easy Live, you're coming back in at 32. Are we all done at 30? I think we are. Room bid has it at £30. Fair warning. That's sold to you, sir. Buyer 119, £30. Thank you. Lot number 12, bidding straight in on Easy Live at £28, looking for the 30. Do we see £30 anyway? We have 28, looking for 30. Good collection of watches here at £28. Are we all done at £28? Does the main bid have it at £28? 30 now, at 30, 32 now. 32 we have, 32 we have. At £32 now, 32. 35 is the next bid. Do we see £35 anywhere? 32 we have. Are we all done at 32? 35 now, 35. 35 online at £35. Are you coming back in at 38? We have 35, next bid 38. Do we see £38 anywhere? At £35, we all done at 35. Fair warning. Been sold to buyer 641 for £35. Lot number 13, bidding straight in at 50. 55 is the next bid. We have 50. 50 we have at £50. 60 now. £60. 65 at £65 now. £65 we have. Looking for the 70. Do we see £70 anywhere? At 65. We all done at 65 on Easy Live. Fair warning. They're sold to buyer 634, £65. Lot number 14, bidding straight in at £15, looking for the 18. Do we see £18 anyway? £18 we have. £18 bid taken at 18 on Easy Live, looking for the 20. Do we see 20? Yeah. 20 with you, sir. 20 in the room. At 20, 22 against you, sir. 25 do you like? 25 with you now, sir. 25 in the room. Taking your bid at 20, 28 against you. 30 you like, 30 you have. At £30 in the room now. 32 against you. 35 is the next bid, sir. You coming in? One more bid could do it.
Difficult. Oh,
35 with you, sir. 35 in the room. Good decision there. At £35. 38 taken on the sale room. Sale room bid at 38. Easy Live have taken that bid on the sale room at 38. Sir, are you sure? Are you out at 40?
Yeah,
40 now on Easy Live at £40.
42.
42 on the sale room. Everyone's bidding here at £42 for the sale room. £42 now. 45 is the next bid. 45 we've taken. On easy live at 45. Looking for 48. 48 now. 50 at £50. 55 is the next bid at 50. At 50. Are we all done at 50? 55 now on the sell room at £55. Sell room bidding at 55. Looking for 60. 60 we have. 60 we've taken on easy live at £60 now. 65 now on the sell room. Thank you, sell room at £65. We have £65 on the sell room. 70 is the next bid. Are we all done at £65 on the sell room at 65? Fair warning. That's sold to sell room bid at £65. SR
14348.
14348. Thank you. Lot number 15 bidding in at £32. £32 we have. 35 is the next bid. Do we see 35? 38 now. 35. 42 at £42. At £42. £42 online. 45 in the room. Taking the room bid at 45. Room bid at 45. Easy, you coming back in at 48? Yes, you are. £48 now. 50 with you, sir. 50 in the room with you, sir. At £50 in the room. At £50. Are we all done at £50 with our room bidder at £50? Fair warning. That's also at 50 by a 214 at £50. Thank you. Lot number 16 bidding straight in for this cantina cutlery here at £20. 20, 22 now. 22 online at £22. At £22. At £22 now. At 22. At 22. 25 is the next bid. Do we see £25 anywhere? It's at 22 at the moment. Looking for 25. Come on, folks, at £22 as a gift at 22. 25 now at 25, at £25. 28 now at 28, at 28, at 28. Are we all done at 28? 30 now. 32 is the next bid. We have 30, looking for 32. Are we all done at 30? 32 now at £32, at 35 now. 35, 35 bid. At 38 is the next bid. Do we see £38 anywhere? At £35. Are we all done at 35? I think we are at £35. Run out of steam. Fair warning. They're sold to buy at 634 for £38. £35, sorry. Just a copy there. 35. Right, lot number 17. Bids running away with us. 45 now. 45 at 45. 50, 48 now. 48. 50 is the next bid. Do we see 50? Yes, we have. 50 online. Looking for 55. Do we see £55 anywhere? At £50. At £50. We all done. 55 with you, sir. In the room. Taking a bid at 55. Room bid at 55. Looking for 60. 60 against you, sir. 65 if you like. At 60. At 60. Looking for 65. 65 with you, sir. 65 at the back of the room. Sat down there with you, sir. At £65. We all done at 65. I think we are. At £65. Oh, 70 just before the hammer. Sorry, sir. At £70. 75 if you like. Shaking the head at 75. With our easy life bidder at £70. Sorry about that one, sir. At £70. Fair warning. That's sold to our easy life bidder. £70 by 583. Lot number 18, bidding straight in at £90. £90, we're away at 90. We're away at 90, at £90, looking for 95. Do we see 95? 95 now online. Top it up to 100. Do we see £100 anywhere? Do we see 100? At 95, 100 now. 110's next bid. We have 100, looking for 110. Do we see 110 in the room or online? At £100, we all done at 100. Fair warning. That is sold. For 100. Lot number 19, bidding straight in at £40, looking for 42. Do we see £42 anywhere? At 40, at 40, we have 40, we have 40, looking for 42. Do you see £42 anywhere? At £40, we all done with a main bid, 45 now, 45, 45 we have on easy live, looking for 48. Do we see 48? 48's the next bid. We have 45, looking for 48. Are we all done at 45? I think we are at £45. Sold, £45 to buyer 575. Lot number 20, bidding in at 48, looking for the 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? 50 on the sell room. Thank you, sell room. At 55 now on easy live. At 55 on easy live, looking for the 60. Do we see 60? We have 55, looking for 60. 60 now on the sell room. Thank you, sell room. At 60. Sell room bidding at £60, looking for 65. 65 now on easy live. 70 is the next bid. Do we see 70, sell room? Are you coming back in at 70? We have 65, looking for the 70. Are we all done?
Yeah.
70 with you, sir. Bidding in the room at £70 now. Taking a bid at 70, sir. 75 against you. 80 would you like? 80 would you like? 80 with you now, sir. At £80. At £80 in the room. Are we all done at 80? I think we are. At £80. 85 now against you. 90 would you like, sir. Shake of the head. Shake of the head at 90. At £85 now online at 85. 90 with now with you, sir. Wise decision there at £90. In the room at 90. Are we all done at 90? Fair warning. That's yours, sir, for £90. Buyer 214. Thank you. Lot number 21. Start me off at £80. £80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? Do we see 80? Looking for 80. Do we see 80 for these? Do we see 80? At £80. At £80. 40 then. 40. 40 will take. Lowest I can go. 40. At 40. At 40. 40 we have now. At £40. At £40. 42 is the next bid. Do we see £42 anywhere? At 40 on Easy Life. 42 now. At 42. 45. £45. 48. 48, 50 is the next bid. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? At £48, 55 now. 55, 55 bid taken. At £55 on Easy Life, looking for the 60. 60 we have at £60, 65 now. At 65, 70. At 70, 75 is the next bid. Do we see £75 anywhere? At £70 on Easy Life, are we all done? At 70, run out of steam at £70. Fair warning at £70. I will sell at 70. Sold to buyer 599 at £70. Lot number 22, bidding straight in at 90, 100 now, 120, at 120, 140, 140 we have, at 150, 160, at 160 now, at £160, £160 above estimate, at 160, at £160, lot 22 at 160, are we all done at £160, fair warning, that is sold to buyer 506 for 160, thank you. Lot number 23, start me off at £50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? £50 for this, at 50, at 50, at 50, looking for 50. Any interest online or in the room at 50? 45 then, at £45. Do we see any interest at 45? Fair warning, at £45 will remain with us at £45. That lot is passed. Lot number 24, bidding straight in at £32. £32 we have online, looking for 35. Do you see £35 anyway? 38 now, at 38, 40, £40, 40 bid. At 40, 42 now, £42 online at 42, looking for 45. Do you see £45 anyway? 45 we have on Easy Live. We're taking the Easy Live bid at 45. Sorry, I'm going to be quicker than that now. At 48 now, 48 we have at £48. At £48, we all done at £48, looking for the 50. 50 you'd say taking the serum. Sir, 55 now against you. 60 we'd like, 60 with you, sir. At 60 in the room. £60 taken in the room. Room bid at 60. 65 against you. 70 would you like, sir? Shake the head at 70. At £65 now. Are we all done at 65? Fair warning, at £65. That is sold to buyer 648. Sorry, James, you might make a bit slow with the
Yeah, sorry.
what was that?
You said 648. 65.
65.
Yeah.
I did it because
That's why you said it.
Yeah. Okay, lot number 25 now. And start me off, £30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Looking for 30. Do we see £30 anywhere? Looking for 30. £10 then. Start me off at 10. Let's see where we go from there. At £10, looking for 10. Do we see £10 anywhere? At £10, looking for 10. Do we see £10 anywhere? £10 we have now. 12's the next bid. Do we see £12 anywhere? At £10. At £10, we're all done at 10. Does the main bid have it? At £10. That is a gift at £10. Fair warning. At £10. That's sold to lot 5635. £10. Thank you. Lot number 26, the violin fitted case here. Start me off at £50. £50, looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50 for this? At £50, looking for 50. Looking for 50. 25 then, at £25. Do we see 25? £25 anywhere? At 25 we have now on Easy Live at 25, looking for 28. Do we see £28 anywhere? At £25, we all done at 25. 28 on the serum. Serum bidding now at £28. Looking for 30. 32 now, £32. 35 is the next bid. Do we see 35 at £32? Looking for 35. 35 we have now at £35. £35. 38 is the next bid. 38 we have. 38 taken on the Easy Live. 40 is the next bid. Do we see 40 at £38? We all done at 38. Run out of steam at £38. Fair warning. 40 now, just before the hammer at £40, £40 now, at 40, at 40, are we all done at 40, 42, at £42, at £42 on Easy Live at 42, at £42, fair warning, that's sold to buyer 563 for £42. Thank you. Lot number 27, bidding straight in at £12 from Cyprus. Our Cyprus bidder, £12, looking for 15. Do we see £15 anywhere? Looking for 15. Do we see 15? 15 we've taken at £15. At £15 now. 18, £18, 20 pounds now on Easy Live. We're looking for 22. Do we see 22? Yes, we do at £22. At 25 now. All going on at 25, 28, at 28, 30 bid. At £30 on Easy Live, we're looking for 32. Do we see £32 anywhere? Yes, bid taken. 32. At £32, 35 now. £35. £35, 38 now, at 38, 40 is the next bid. Do we see 40? Do we see 40 at £38? We're all done at £38. Run out of steam at £38. Fair warning at £38. Sold. Alright, 6, 4, 1. Lot number 28, bidding in at £10, look for 12, 12 now, at £12, at £12, looking for 15, 15 now, 15 on internet, 18, 18, 20 is the next bid. Do we see 20? Yes we do, 20, 22 now, at £22, 25 is the next bid, 25 we have, at 28 now, at 28, 30, 32 now, at £32, at £32, at £32, 35 now, 38, at 38, at £38, at 38, 40 now, 42, 42 bid, at £42, we all done at £42, at £42, 45 now, 48, at £48, at 50 now, at 50, 55, 55 bid, at £55, we all done at 55, at 55, on Easy Live at 55, are we all done at 55, fair warning, 65 now, 65, £65 at 65, 65 at £65 on Easy Live, we all done at 65, fair warning, on Easy Live at £65, that's by 5, 7, 9, £65, thank you. Lot number 29, bidding straight in at £10 at 10. 10 we have, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? We have 10, looking for 12. Do we see 12? 15 now at 15, 20, 22. 25 is the next bid. We have 22. 22 we've taken at £22. Looking for 25. Do you see £25 anywhere? At £22. We're all done at 22. Fair warning at £22. 25 now at £25. Looking for 28. 28 we have at £28. 30 is the next bid. Do we see 30? Do we see 30 at £28? Are we all done at 28? Fair warning at £28. Okay, we're going to open that one back up. That was on the hammer at 30. Now we have 32. We have £32 now at £32. At £32. At 32. Do we see £35 anywhere? Are we all done at 32? I think we are at £32. Fair warning. By 2, 6, 2, 4, £32. Lot number 30. Bidding straight in for the stamps at £18. At 18. Do we see 20? Do we see £20 anywhere? At £18. We all done at 18. Does the maiden bid have it? At £18. Any further bidding 18, 20 now, 20, 22 would you like, sir? 22 with you, 25 against you, sir, 28 would you like? 28 we have taken, in the room at 28, in the room bid at 28, 30 against you, sir, 32 would you like, shaking the head at 32, bidding now at £30 on Easy Live, looking for 32, do we see £32 anyway? At £30, we're all done at 30, fair warning at £30, sold to buyer, 6, 3, 5, £30. Lot 31 bidding in at £28 on Easy Live, looking for 30. Do we see £30 anyway? 28 we've taken at 28. At 28 looking for 30. 30 we have now at £30. At 32 now. 32 is the bid. At 35. At 35. 38 now. At £38. 40. 40 we have at £40. 42. At £42. At £42. At £42. We all done at 42. 45 now, at £45, looking for 48. Do we see £48 anyway? At 45, looking for 48. Do we see £48 anyway? At £45. We all done at 45. Fair warning. Sold to buy at 6, 3, 5 for £45. Lot number 32. Collection of coins here, £80 straight in at £80. £80 we have, looking for 85. Do we see £85 anywhere? At 80, at 80, at 80. Are we all done at 80? 85 now, at £85. 90, 90 in the UK at £90. £90 we have, 95 bid taken at 95, 100 is the next bid. Do we see 100? Looking for 100. Do we see £100 anywhere? At £95, 100 now, 100, at 100, 110 now, at 110, at 110, at £110, looking for 120. Do we see 120? Yes, we do, at 120 on Easy Live. At £120, looking for 130. 130 we have now, at 130. 140 is the next bid, and 140 we've taken. At £140, are we all done? 150 now, at 150. 160, 170 is the next bid. 160 we have at 160. 160, 170 now, 170, 180, at £180 now, at £180 on Easy Live, at 180, 190 is the next bid. Do we see 190? 190 we've taken, at £190, looking for 200. Do we see 200? 200 now, at £200, at £200, 220 is the next bid. Do we see 220? At £200, we all done at £200 on Easy Live at £200. Fair warning. Sold to buy 622 for £200. Lot number 33, bidding straight in at £15. At 15, looking for 18. Do we see £18 anywhere? At £15. Are we all done at 15? 18 now, at £18. At £18, looking for 20. Do we see £20 anywhere? At 18, are we all done at £18? Fair warning at £18. Sold. £18 by 641. Lot number 34, bidding straight in at 60, at 60, at 60. 70 would take. That's the way to do it, so I'm at £70. So looking for 75. 75 against you, coming back in at 80.
85.
85 now, at 85, at 85. 90, at 90. 95 against you, on easy live at 95, looking for 100. Do we see £100 anywhere? 100 now on this taken on the sale room. At £100, looking for 110, 110 now. At 110, on easy live at 110, looking for 120. 120 now, 130 now. At 130 on easy live, looking for 140. Do we see 140? At 130, 140 now. At 140, taken on the sale room. 150 on easy live at 150. At 150. At £150, we're all done at 150. Fair warning with that easy. 160, at 160, at 160. At 160 on the sale room at 160. Do we see 170? £160 on the sale room at 160. Fair warning at 160.
SR 23, 23, 26, 71.
Thank you, at £160. Thank you, Sarah. Lot number 35. Start me off at 600. Do we see 600?
Will you take 480?
480, 500, 550 with me, at 550 with me. At 550 with me. At 550, looking for 600. Do we see 600? At 550. At 550. At 550. At 550. Are we all done at 550? Any interest online or in the room at 550? At 550, this will remain with us at 550. You can see us after. Lot number 36. Start me off at £3,500. At 3,500. At 3,500. At 3,500. £3,200 then. At 3,2. At 3,2. At 3,2. At 3,2. Are we all done at 3,2? Let's remain with us at 3,200. Fair warning. Lot number 37. Start me off at 350. Looking for 350. Do we see 350?
320?
320 taken. At 320. 340 with me. At 340 with me. At 340 with me. At 340 with me. At 340. At 340. Are we all done at 340? Fair warning at £340. Thank you. 340. Oh no, Ali. There we are. Thank you. Right, we'll leave that. At 38, lot number 38, bidding straight in at £300. 300 were taken at 300, at 300, online at 300, looking for 320. Do we see 320 anyway? We have 340 now, at 340, at 340 online at 340. At £340 now, at 340, looking for 360. Do we see 360? At 340, we all done at 340, online at 340, on easy at 340. 380 now, at 380. At 380, at 380 online at 380, looking for 400. 400 now, at 420. At 420, looking for 440. Do we see 440? Do we see 440? Do we see 440? At £420, 440 now on the sale room, 460. At 460. At £460. At 460, we all done at 460. On easy live at 460. Ceremony coming back in at 480. 480 we've taken. At 480 on the serum, at £480. Are we all done at 480? I think we are at £480 on the serum. Fair warning.
SR 1713387.
SR 1713387. Thank you. Lot number 39, bidding straight in at £15, looking for 18. Do we see £18 anywhere? At £15, at 15, at 15. Are we all done at £15? Do we see £18 anywhere? 18 with you, sir. 18 taken in the room at £18. Looking for 20. 20 against you, sir. 22, would you like to shake the head at 22? At £20 on easy line. Are we all done at 20? Are we all done at 20? Fair warning at £20. £20 to buy at 5, 8, 3. Lot number 40. Stop at £50.
120.
120, that's the way to do it. 120, at 120, at 120. On the serum at 120, looking for 130. 130 now on easy live. 140 is the next bid. Do we see 140? At 130 now on easy live at 130. At 130, looking for 140. Are we all done at £130? 140 now on easy live at 140. 150 now at 150. At 150, looking for 160. Do we see 160? Do we see 160? At £150. 160 now at £160. at £160. Are we all done at 160? On Easy Live at £160. Fair warning. And sold by 660 for 160. Lot number 41, bidding straight in at £10, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? 15 now, 15, 20, at £20, at 20, at 20, looking for 22, 22 now. Bid taken, £22 on the Easy Live, at £22, at £22, at 22. Are we all done at £22? Fair warning at £22. And sold £22, 25653. Lot number 42, bidding straight in at 10, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? At £10, at £10, at £10. I can 18 we've taken at £18. 20 is the next bid. Do we see 20? 20 in the room. We're taking the room bid at 20. Room bid at 20. Room bid at 20 with you, sir. 22 against you. 25 would you like? Shake your head at 25, at £22 now on Easy Live. Are we all done at 22? Sir, are you coming back in at 25? Are we all done at £22? Fair warning. By 653, £22. Lot number 43, bidding straight in at £20, at 20, looking for 22, 25 now, £25, 30, at 30, at £30 now, at £30, we all done at 30, at 35 now, 35 bid, at 35 on Easy Live, at 35, we all done at 35, I will sell at £35, fair warning at £35, by 554, £35. Lot number 44, start me off at 300. 300 bid, 300 taken on the serum, looking for 320. Do we see 320? 320. We're taking 320 on the serum at 320. 340 now on Easy Live at 340. 360 now at 360. At 360. Looking for 380. Do we see 380? At 360. At 360. At 360. At 380 now. 380 in the room. Bid taken in the room at 380. At 380. 400 against you, sir. 420 would you like? 420 with you, sir, at 420. 440 is the next bid. Do we see 440? At 420. At 420 in the room, I can and I will sell to our room bidder at 420. Fair warning. That's yours, sir, by 119 for 420. Thank you. Lot number 45, bidding straight in at £22. 28 now. 45, did you say? 45 we've taken at £45. At 45, looking for 48. Do we see £48 anywhere? At £45. At £45 in the ceremony. We all done at £45. Fair warning at £45. £45 to Sarah and bidder.
SR 15733331.
3331.
Yeah.
Awesome. At lot 46 now. Bidding straight in at 32, looking for 35. Do you see £35 anywhere? 32 we've taken, looking for 35. Do you see £35 anywhere? Are we all done at 32? Does the maiden bid have it at £32? Fair warning at £32. That is 623 at £32. Thank you. Lot 47, bidding straight in at £15, at 15, looking for 18, 18, 20 now, at £20, at 20, 22 now, at £22, at £22, we all done at £22, fair warning, 25 now with you, sir, in the room at 25, at 25, room bid at 25, 28 against you, sir, if you like 30, 30 you have, at £30 in the room now, at 30, 32 against you, shake the head at 35, at £32 now, online at £32, we all done at £32, fair warning, by a 641, £32. Lot 48, bidding straight in at £22, looking for 25. Do we see £25 anywhere? 25 with you, sir, in the room at 25, 28, 30 now, 30, 32, at £32, at 32, at £32, shake the head at 35 from the room bidder, at £32, are we all done at 32? 35 now on the serum at 35, looking for 38, sorry. Do we see £38 anywhere? At £35, we all done at 35, fair warning at £35. That is
SR 96 43 85.
and £35, thank you. Lot number 49, bidding straight in at 20, at 20, at 20, looking for 22. Do we see £22 anywhere? At 20, at £20, at 22 now, 22 bid, at £22 on Easy Live, at 22, 25, at £25, looking for 28. Do we see £28 anywhere? At £25, are we all done at 25? I will sell at £25, fair warning. Sold by 641, £25. Bidding on lot number 30, straight in at 38, 42 now, at 42, at £42, at 42, at £42 now, at 42, at 42, are we all done at £42? Fair warning at £42 on Easy Live. by 641, £42. Lot number 51, bidding straight in at 40, we see 40, online at 40, looking for 42, do we see £42 anywhere, 42 now, at £42 on Easy Live, looking for 45, do we see £45 anywhere, at 48 now, at 48, 50, 50's bid, at 55 now, at 55, at £55, looking for 60, do we see 60, do we see 60, at £55, at £55, we all done at 50, 60 now with you sir, at 60, at 60, at 60 in the room, 60 in the room, room bidding at 60, do we see £65 anywhere, at £60, 65 against you sir, 70 would like shake that at 70, at £65, fair warning with that Easy Live bidder at 65, sold by 641, £65. Lot number 52, start me off at £100, at 100. 190, at 190, 200, looking for 200, we see 190, 200 have taken, on Easy Live at 200, at £200 now, at 200, 220 now, at 220, at 240, at 240, at £240, at 260, at 260, at 260 now, on the serum at 260, serum bidding at £260, we all done at 260, fair warning, 280 now, at 280, just before the hammer at 280, at 280, do we see 300? Yes we do, at £300, thank you Serum, at 300, looking for 320, do we see 320? At £300 now, on the Serum at 300, are we all done at £300? Fair warning, one other steam at £300, hammers down at 300 to SR 1672720. Thank you very much for your bidding. Lot number 53. Explosive bidding, both from the Serum and Easy Life here. So I can start off at £260, at 260, at £260, at 260, looking for 280. Do we see 280? Do you see 280 at 260? 280 now on the Serum at 280, at 280, at 280. At 280, looking for 300. 300 is the next bid. Do we see 300? Are we all done at 280? £300 now. On Easy Live at 300. At £300 now. At 320. 320. Bids taken on the Serum at 320. Looking for 340. Do we see 340? At £320. Are we all done? At 340 now. At 340. At 340. At 340. 360 now. Thank you, Kim. At 360. At 360. At 360. Do we see 380? Looking for 380. Are we all done at £360? 380 now, at 380. 400 is the next bid. Are you going to top it up to 400? Do we see 400? £400 now. Thank you, at £400. At £400. At £400. Selling for above estimate at £400 to our Serum bidder. Fair warning.
SR 831148.
SR 831148. Thank you. Lot number 54. Start me off at 50. At 50. Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? 25 then. At 25. At £25. Look for 25. Do we see 25 in the room, sir? At 25. Room bid taken at 25. Looking for 28. 28 against you, sir. 30 we like. Is that 30 bid? 30 bid with you, sir. 32 against you already. Shake the head at 35, at £32 now. At £32, this collection of World War II medals. At 32, are we all done? At £32 with the Easy Life bidder at £32. Fair warning. Sold buyer 579.32. Lot number 55. Bidding in at 140, at 160 now, at 160, 180, 190, at 190, 200 now, at 200, at £200, at £200, middle of the estimate, 220 now, bid taken already on Easy Live at 220, 240 is next bid, sorry, you're coming in at 240, 240 with you, sir, room bid at 240, room bid at 240, room bidding 260 against you, sir, shake the head at 280, on Easy Live now at £260, at 260, at 260, looking for 280, do you see 280? At £260 on Easy Live, I can and I will sell to our Easy Live bidder at £260, fair warning. 653, £260, thank you. Lot number 656, sorry, bidding straight in at 120, 130 now, 130, at 130, at 130, 140 is the next bid, 140 we have, at 140, 150 now, at 150, 160, at 160, at 160, 170 now, at 170, 180, at 180, 190, 200 now, at 200, 220, 240, at 240, at 240, at £240 now, 260, 260's bid, at 280 now, looking for 300. Do we see £300 anywhere? At £280, we all done at 280, looking for 300. Do we see 300? Final time of asking at £280, fair warning at 280. Gavels down at £280, sold to buy at 520. Thank you. Lot number 57. Start me off at 300, looking for 300. Do we see £300 anyway?
240.
240, bid taken at 240, bid taken at 240, looking for 260. 260 is the next bid. 260 we have now on EasyLive, looking for 280. Do we see 280? Do we see 280 anywhere? At £260, at 260, at 260, 280 with you, sir. 300 is the next bid. In the room at 280, looking for 300. Do we see £300 anywhere? At 280, I can and I will sell to our room bidder at 280. Are we all done? At 280. That's yours, sir. 119. 280. Thank you. Lot number 58. Start me off at £100. At 100.
120.
120. Bid taken at 120. At 120. At 120. Looking for 130. Do we see 130? Do we see 130? 130. Online now at 130. Looking for 140. 140 is the next bid. Do we see £140 anywhere? At £130. We all done. At 130. Fair warning. Sold 130 to buy at 640. Thank you. All right. Interest on the books here for lot 59. Got bids coming in on EasyLive at 190, 200 with me, 200 with me at £200 with me on commission. 240 now with me at £240 on commission with me. Looking for 260. Do we see 260 on commission with me on the books at 240? Looking for 260. Do we see 260? Do we see 260 at 240? At 240 with me on commission at 240. Fair warning. Sold to my commission bidder C8582 for £240. Thank you. Right, that's the end of that sheet there. Lot number 60 at start me off at £70, bidding straight in at 70, looking for 75. Do we see £75 anywhere? At 70, looking for 75. Do we see £75 anywhere? 75 now, bid taken at £75, looking for 80. Do we see 80? Do we see £80 anywhere? Looking for 80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? At £75. We're all done at 75. Fair warning at £75. Sold to buy at 579, £75. Lot number 61, pair of Victorian medals here. Start me off at £70. Do we see 70? Do we see 70?
55.
55. Bid taken at 55. At £55. Looking for 60. Do we see 60?
65.
65. Bid taken at 65. At 65. 75 now. At 75 on EasyLive. At 75. At £75. Looking for the 80. Do we see £80 anywhere? 80 now. 80. Bidding on EasyLive. 85 now. At £85. At £85. Looking for 90. Do we see £90 anywhere? At 85. At £85. We're all done. At £85. I can. I will sell at £85 to our EasyLive bid at 85. Sold to buyer 579 for £85. Lot number 62, bidding straight in at £120, at 140, 160, at 160 now, at 170, at £170, at 170, at 170, 180 is the next bid. Do we see 180? At £170. Are we all done at 170?
180.
180 now on the Serum bidding at 180, 190, back at you at 190. On EasyLive at 190, looking for 200. Do we see £200 anywhere? At £190. £200 now. At 200. At 200. At £200. At £200. On the Serum at 200, looking for 220. EasyLive, are you coming back in at 220? At £200 now, looking for 220. Fair warning. Sold. Oh, that was off the hand, wasn't it? Okay. £200.
SR8197.
SR8197.
51.
51. Thank you. At £200. Lot number 63. Bidding straight in at £65, 75, 85 now. At £85. 90. At 90. At £90. At £90 now. At 90. At 90. 95. Bid taken at 95 on the Serum at 95. Looking for 100. Do you see £100 anywhere? At £95. At 95. Are we all done? At 95. Run out of steam at £95. Fair warning. Sold. £95. SR
12998.
8
972.
72. Thank you. 1299872. Lot 64. Start me off at £80. At 80. Looking for 80. Pardon?
90.
90. Bid taken at 90. At £90 in the serum. 895. 100 now. £100 on Easy Life. Looking for 110. Do we see 110? Looking for 110. We have 100. Looking for 110 now. At £110. At 110. At 110 now. At 110 on the serum. Looking for 120. Do we see 120? Looking for 120. Are we all done at £110? Fair warning at 110. Sold £110 to
SR 26 1989.
SR 261989. Thank you. Lot number 65. Start me off at £100. Do we see 100? Do we see 100? Looking for 100. 80 then. At 80. Start me off at 80. At £80 here. Looking for 80.
80.
80. Bid taken at 80. Serum bidding at 80. Looking for 85. 85. 90 now. At 90. 95. 100. Back where we started. 100. 110 now. 120. 130. 130. At 130. Looking for 140. Do we see 140? At 130.
140.
140 now on the serum. 150 is the next bid. Do we see 150? 150 now at 150 on Easy Life at 150. 160 is the next bid. Do we see 160 at £150? At 150. At 150. At 150. Looking for 160. Do we see 160 at £150? We all done at 150. 160 now on the serum at 160. Serum bidding at 160. At 160. Looking for 170 at £160. We all done at £160.
SR 26 1989.
SR 261989, same bar as last. Lot 66. Start me off at £150. At 150. Looking for 150.
120.
120. Bid taken at 120. Looking for 130. Look, do we see 130? 130 now. 130 on Easy Life. Bid taken on Easy Life at 130. 140 is the next bid. Do we see 140? Do we see 140? 140 now on the serum. 150. Do we see 150? 150 now on Easy Life at 150. 160 now at 160. At 160. 170 now at 170. At 170. 180 is the next bid. 180 we have at 180. 190 now at 190. At 190. 200 now at £200. At 200. At 200. At 200. 220. At 220. 240 is the next bid. Do you see 240? At 220. At 220. At 220. Are we all done? At £220. On Easy Life at 220. Fair warning. Serum, we all done at 220. Sold to buyer 579. 220. Thank you. Lot 67, the Sudan medals here. Start me off at 150, looking for 150.
160.
160, that's the way to do it. At 160, looking for 170. Do we see 170? Looking for 170. 170 now on Easy Life at 170. Looking for 180. 190 now at 190. Oh, 200. At 200. At £200. At 200. We're all done at 200. 220 is the next bid. Looking for 220. 220. Bid taken on Easy Life on the serum at 220. 260 on Easy Life now at 260. At 260. At 260.
280.
280 now at 280. At 280. At 280 on the sale room at 280. Looking for 300. Do we see £300 anywhere? At 280. Final time of asking at £280.
SR 132205.
SR 132205 at £280. Thank you. Lot 68 has been withdrawn. Moving on to lot 69. Start me off at £50. £50 for this Queen South Africa medal. £50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50?
40.
40. Bid taken at 40. Do we see 42 anywhere? Look at 42 now. 45. 48. At 48. 50. At 50. Back where we started at 50. Back where we started at 50. At £50 now. At 50. 55. At 55. 60. 65 now. At £65. At 65. At £65 on Easy Life at £65. Are we all done at £65? Sarah, are you coming back in at 70? Looking for 70. At £65. We all done at 65. Fair warning. £65 to buyer 658. Lot 69, another Queen's South Africa medal, transport medal here, King's medal, sorry. Start me off. Sorry, 658, 65. Bear with me. Lot 70, transport medal here. Start me off at £400. Looking for 400. Do we see 400? Do we see 400? Do we see 400? £300 then. At 300, looking for 300. Do you see 300? 300, bid taken at 300, Easy Life at 300, looking for 320 now, at 320, looking for 340, 340, at 340, at 340, at 340, 360, 380 now, at 380, 400, at £400, 420 now, at 420, at 420, 440 now, at 440, 460, at 460, at 460, at 460, looking for 480, do we see 480, looking for 480, it's a good medal list, at 480, £500 now, at £500, 550 is the next bid. Can we go up in 20s, please?
550.
550, no need, at 550 on the serum, at 550. Do we see 600? Do we see 600? Looking for 600. At 550. Yeah, can we go up in 20s?
From level.
Yeah.
So that'll get all house.
560 if it helps, at 560, looking for 560. 560, bid taken at 560, looking for 570. Sorry, 580. At £560 on Easy Live at 560, looking for 580. Do we see £580 anywhere? £580 is the next bid.
580.
580, bid taken at 580, looking for 600. Do we see £600? Do we see 600? Looking for 600. Do we see 600? 600 is the next bid. At £580 in the serum, looking for 600. At £580, we all done at 580. Fair warning. 600, at £600 now, at 600. At £600. At £600 on Easy Live, we all done at £600. Fair warning. Let's buy at 658. It's £600. Thank you. Lot 71. Start me off at 150. Looking for 150. Good pair of South African medals here. At 150. Looking for 150. At 150. At 150. 100 then. At £100. At £100. At £100. Looking for 100. 100. Bid taken at 100. On Easy Live at 110 now. At 110. At 120. At 120. 130 now. At 130. 140. At 140. At 140. Looking for 150. Do we see 150? Do we see 150? 150. Back where we started at 150. 160 now. At £160. At 160. At 160. At £160. Do we see 170? Are we all done at 160? Fair warning, at £160 on Easy Live at 160. I sold 160 to buy at 653. Thank you. Lot 72, bidding straight in at £120, looking for 130. Do we see 130? 170, bid taken, 170. At £170 on the serum, at 170. At 170, are we all done at 170? With the serum bidder at £170. 180 now, at 180, just before the gavel went down at 180, at 180, at 180, at 180, 190 now on the serum bidding at 190, looking for 200. Do we see 200? At £190, fair warning at 190 with the serum bid at 190. Sold £190 to SR.
1749074.
174901974.
Yeah.
Thank you. Lot 73, bidding straight in at 130, looking for 140. Do we see 140? Do we see 140? No, not interested at 140. At 140 now online. At 150 now. At 150. At 150, looking for 160. At 150. 160 now. At 160. 170. At 170. At 170 now. At 170. 180. At 180 pounds. At 180. At 180, looking for 190. Do we see 190? At 180 pounds now. At 180. At 180. Do we see 190? Do we see 190? Final time of asking at 180 pounds. 180. To buy at 641. Thank you. Lot number 74, bidding straight in at 120, looking for 130. Do we see 130? 140, did you say? At 140 now on the serum at 140, 150 on Easy Live, coming back at 160 serum. At 160 now on Easy Live, 170, at 170 now, 180, at 180, looking for 190. Do we see 190? At 180, at 180. Are we all done? At 180. Fair warning at 180. Sold to buy at 641 for £180. Lot 75, First Opium War, 1842. Start me off at £500. At 500, looking for 500. Do we see 500? Do we see 500? Do we see 500? £400 then. At 400. At £400. Do we see 400? Do we see 400? 400 bid at 420 now. At 420. 440. At 440. At 440. 460 now. At 460. At 460, looking for 480. Do we see 480 pounds anywhere? At 460 pounds. At 460. At 460. Are we all done at 460 pounds? 480 now. Bidding in at 480 on easy life at 480. Looking for 500. 500 bid at 500. Can we go in 20s, please? At 500. At 500. At 500 pounds. At 550 now. No need at 550. At 560 is the next bid. Do we see 560? Do we see 560? Do we see 560? At 550 pounds. Are we all done at 550? Fair warning at 550 pounds. That's sold to our easy life bidder 641 at 550 pounds. Lot 76. Start me off at 100. Do we see 100 pounds anywhere? Do we see 100?
80.
80, been taken at 80, at 80 pounds, at 80, at 80, 85 now, at 85 pounds, 90, at 90, at 90, 95 now, at 95, at 95 pounds, at 95, 100, at 110 now, at 110, at 110, at 110, at 110, are we all done at 110, 120 now, 120, 130 is the next bid, do we see 130, at 120 pounds, at 120, are we all done at 120 pounds, fair warning at 120 with an easy life bidder, 120 to buy 641, same bar as last. Lot 77, bidding straight in at £240, looking for 260. Do we see 260? 280 now, at 280, looking for 300. Do we see £300 anywhere? 300, 320 now, at 320, at 320, at £320, looking for 340. Do we see 340? At 360 now, at 360, at 360, at 360. Do we see 380? Do we see £380 anywhere? At £360 on easy live at 360, looking for 380. We all done at £360. Sold to buy 511 for 360. Lot 78, bidding straight in at 20, at 20, 30 now, at 30, 80, 80, bid taken at 80, at £80, 85 now, at 85, at 85, at 85, 90, at 90, at 90, at £90, at 90 on easy live. Are we all done at 90? The Burma clasp, India General Service Medal, 95 now, at 95, at £95, at 95, 100 now, 100, £100, bid taken at 100, on easy live at 100, looking for 110, do we see 110 anywhere? At £100, are we all done at 100, run out of steam at £100, sold to buy at 579 at £100. Lot 79, the New Zealand Second Marine War Medal. Great lot this. Bidding running away with me now at 360, at 360, at 360, at 360. Looking for 380. Do we see 380? At 360, at £360, at 360, at 360, at 360. Selling above estimate at £360. 360 sold to 600 by 640. Lot number 80. Start me off at 200. Do we see £200 anywhere? Looking for 200. Do we see 200? Looking for 200. Do we see 200? 150 then. At 150. At 150. At 150. Looking for 150. 150. Bid taken at 150. Looking for 160. 160 now. At 160. 170 is the next bid. 170 now. 180. At 180. And 190 now. At 190. 200. 220 is the next bid. Do we see 220? 240 now. 240. 260. At 260. At 260. At 260. At 260. Are we all done at £260? On easy live at 280 now, at 280, at 280, 300 now, at £300, at £300, at £300 for this New Zealand medal at £300. Fair warning at 300 with an easy live bid at £300. 320 now, just before the gavel went down at 320, at £320 now, at 320, 340 is next bid. Do we see 340? At 320, at 320, we all done at £320. At 320. By 658. Lot number 81. Bidding straight in at £320 on easy live, looking for 340. Do we see 340? Is that 340 on the serum? 340 on the serum, 360 on easy life, looking for 380. At 380 now on 400 now, at 400, at 400, at £400. 440 now, at 440, at 440. Is that 460?
500.
£500 now, at 550 now, at 550. It's a good medal at 550, at £550.
600.
600, bid taken at 600. 650 now, at £650. At 650, at 650, at 650.
800.
800, 850 now, at £850. At 850, at 850. Are we all done at 850?
900.
900, bid taken at 950 now, at 950, at 950 online at 9. £1,000, at £1,000. Serum bidding at £1,000, at £1,000, Are we all done at £1,000? Any interest on the room? Any interest in online at £1,000?
Yeah, 1100.
£1,100 now.
1200.
£1,200 at £1,200 at £1,200 now. On the serum at 1,200, looking for 1,300. Do we see 1,300 at £1,200 now? At 1,200. Are we all done at 1,200? Running out of steam at £1,200. Fair warning. Sold for £1,200.
SR84 1144.
SR84 1144. Thank you very much. Super. Thank you very much. Lot number 82. Starting off at £50. At 50. At 50. At 50. Looking for 50. Do we see 50? George V, India General Service Medal at 50. 25 then. At 25. It's a gift at 25.
25.
25 bid taken. Someone knows what they're talking about. At £25. 28 now. At 28. At 28. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Do we see 30? 30 now. 32. Is that 32 bid, sir? 32 now online. We'd like 40. 38 now. At £38. At £38. At 40 now. At 40. At 40. At 40. Are we all done at 40? At £40 on easy, like 42 now. At £42. 45 is the next bid. Do we see £45 anywhere? Looking for 45. Do we see £45 anywhere? At £42. Run out of steam at £42. Or just off the hammer, unfortunately. That came just off the hammer. I have to take the previous bid at 42. Sold to buyer 579. Okay, I've got the right bit there. Awesome. Lot 83. Bidding straight in at £65. 75 now. £130 on the serum at 130. At 130. At 130. Bid taken. 150 now. At 150. At 150 on easy life. 170 now. At 170. At 170. At 170. Looking for 180. Do we see £180? Do we see 180? 180 now. Bid taken at £180 on the serum at 180. 190 now on the easy life. 190, 200 now, at 200, at 200, at £200, at £200 on easy live at 200, 220 is the next bid. Do you see 220? 220, bid taken at 220, online at 240 now, at 240, at 240, at £240, at £240. We all done at 240 on easy live now, at 260, at 260, 280 now, at 280, at 280, at 280, at 280, at £280 on easy live at 280. Fair warning. Sold to our easy life bidder on the Isle of Man, 280 by 574. Thank you very much. Lot number 84. Starting off at £50 for this. Lot number 84. £50. 3 class bid. 42. Bid taken at 42. Looking for 45. Do we see £45 anywhere? 45. 48 now, 48 online, 50, at 50, at 50, at 50, 60 now, at 60, 65 now, at £65, at 65, at 65, at 65 on easy life, 70 now, bid taken for the serum at £70, looking for 75, 75 we have, at 75, do we see 80? 80 now, yes we do, at £80 for the serum, looking for 85, do we see 85 anywhere? Looking for 85, we have 80, looking for 85, we all done, at £80 on the serum at 80, 85 now on easy live, at 85 on easy live, looking for 90. Do we see 90? Do we see 90? Looking for 90. At £85, looking for 90. Are we all done at 85? Fair warning, at £85. £85 to buy at 640. Lot 85 now, great collection of medals here. With bidding starting off at £550, at 550, 600 now, at 600, at 600, 650, at 650, at 650, looking for 700. Do we see 700? Yes, we do. Online at 700, 750 now, 800, at £800, 850, 900, 950, at 950, £1,000 now, at 1,000, 1,100 is the next bid. Do we see 1,100? Do we see 1,100 at £1,000? Looking for 1,100. We can do 50 if you like, 50 if you like, 50 if you like. At £1,100, at £1,000, looking 150 now, 1,050, at 1,050, at 1,050, 1,100 is the next bid. Do we see 1,100? Do we see 1,100? At 1,050, looking for 1,100. Are we all done at £1,050? 1,100 now, at 1,100, at 1,100, at 1,100, at 1,100. Are we all done at £1,100? Fair warning, at £1,100, the gavel's coming down at 1,100. Sold for £1,100 to buyer 601. Thank you very much. Lot 86. Start me off at £100. Do we see 100?
85?
90 with me.
95?
Bid taken at 95. We'll take a bid at 95. Sir on bid at 95. Looking for 100. Do we see 100? Looking for 100. Do we see 100? Do we see 100 with you, sir? At £100. At 100. Looking for 110. Looking for 110. Do we see 110? At £100 in the room. At 100. 110 now. Online at 110. Looking for 120. 120 with you, sir. At 120. At 120. At 120 in the room. Are we all done at £120? Easy life. Are you coming back in at 120? At 130, sorry. At 120 in the room. I can and will sell to a room bid at £120. That is yours, sir. Buyer 119 for 120. Lot 87. Start me off at £150. Looking for 150.
130?
140 with me, looking for 150. At £140 with me, 150 now online, at 150. At 160 now, at 160, 170, at 170, looking for 180. Do we see 180? At 170, at 170, I can and will sell. Are we all done at 170? Fair warning at 170, with easy life at 170. That is sold to buyer 653 for £170. Lot 88. Start me off at £100. Looking for 100. Do we see 100?
95?
Bid taken at 95. Looking for 100. 95 bid at 100. 100. 110 now at 110. At 110. 120. At 120. 130. 130 now at 130. At 130. 140 is the next bid. 150 now at 150. On easy live at 150. Looking for 160. Do we see 160? Do we see 160? At £150. At £150. Run out of steam at 150. On easy live at 150. Fair warning. Sold for £150 to buyer 653. Really interesting lot, this lot 89. Fabulous lot. Start me off at £300. At £300. At £300. At £300. Looking for 300. Looking for 300. Comes with the French diploma as well. At £300. 270 then. At 270. Looking for 270. Do we see 270? Do we see 270? Do we see 270? Looking for 270. This will remain with us at £270. See us after if you're interested. Lot number 90. We've got bid on Easy Live at 480, but we need 550. Do we see 550? Do we see 550? Do we see 550 for this Anglo-Zulu War Medal? Looking, we've got 500 now on the serum. Looking for 550. We need 550. 525 with me. 525 with me. At 525 with me. Looking for 550. Do we see 550? Looking for 550. At 525 with me, looking for 550. Any interest online? Any interest in the room? Shake the head there. They'll remain with us. See us after if you're interested. Is that a bid?
Yeah, a bit.
We'll take that bid at 550 then.
Right, it's 575 actually.
575. We'll also have to reopen that at 575. Bear with us, ladies and gents. That is lot number 90, and that is £575 to buyer
SR 194
194
53
5370.
70.
That's a long one. At £575. Thank you very much for that. Lot number 91. Start me off at £400. At 400, looking for 400. This is a fantastic Crimea war medal with 4 clasps of the main battles here at £400. Looking for 400. Do we see 400? Do we see 400? Do we see 400? Looking for 400. I can go no lower than £400. Fair warning, this will remain with us at £400.
Yes.
400, bid taken at 400, at £400 now. Looking for 420, looking for 420. Do we see 420 at £400? At 400, at £400. Are we all done at £400? Any interest in the room? Any further interest online? 420 now, at 420. 440 is the next bid. Do we see 440? Looking for 440, looking for 440. Do we see 440? At £420. or 440 before the gavel went down at 440. We're keeping it open at 440. Keeping it open at 440 pounds. At 440 now. At 440. 460 is the next bid. Do we see 460? Looking for 460. Do we see 460? Do we see 460? At 440 pounds. Fair warning. That is sold by 658 for 440. Lot number 92, bidding straight in. Just a quick switch around the clerks.
Alright, all good.
We're all good to go. At £25 now, at lot 92, starting off at 25, looking for 28. Do we see £28? £28 for you, sir. In the room at 28, sat down, in the room at 28, looking for the 30. Do we see 30? Looking for 30, looking for 30. £30 on the serum at £30. At 30, 32 with you, sir. At 32, serum, you're coming back in at 35. Looking for 35. Do you see £35 anywhere? At 32, in the room at £32. Fair warning. Sold to you, sir. At 119, £32. Ah, what's up there?
Thanks.
At lot number 93, stop off at £50, looking for 50, do we see 50, do we see 50, looking for 50, do we see 50, bid taken at 40, £40 on the serum, looking for 42, do we see £42 anyway, at £40, 42 now on ease like, looking for 45, 45, bid taken at 45, 48's the next bid, do we see £48 anywhere, at £45, we all done, at 45, 48 now, 48, 50, at 50, at 50, at 50, we have 50, looking for 55, we all done at 55, at £50 now, bid taken at 55, 60, at £60 for the Hong Kong bidder, at £60, at 60, at 60, are we all done, at £60, 65 now, at 65, at £65 on ease live, at 65, looking for 70, looking for 70, do we see 70, at £65, final time of asking, at £65, sold to buyer 5576 for £65, thank you. Lot number 94, start me off at £30, 18, we've got bids of 18 now, at 18, 20, 22, 38, bid taken at 38, that's the way to do it, Sarah, I'm at £38, looking for the 40, do we see 40, do we see 40, at £38,
40.
40, bid taken at 40 on the serum, that's a room bid at 40 on the serum, 42 now, 45 now, at 45 on Easy Life, at £45 now on Easy Life at 45, looking for 48, do we see £48 anyhow, 48 on the serum now at £48, looking for the 50, 50 bid taken at 50 on Easy Life at £50, 55 is the next bid, do we see 55, in the room or online,
55.
£55 at £55 now on the serum at 55, at £55, 60 now, at 60, at 60, at 60, at £60 now, at £60, are we all done at 60?
65.
65, no we're not, at £65 now, taken on the serum at £65, at 65, at £65, fair warning at £65, sold, £65,
SR 1698250.
65, thank you. Lot number 95, bidding straight in at £20, at 20, at 20, at 20, at 20, 22 now, at £22, at £22, at £22, at 28, bid taken at 28, at £28 now, on the serum at 28, sorry, this room bid at 28, 30 now, at 30, at 30, at £30 now, at 30, looking for 32, 32, bid taken at 32, 35 now, 38, at 38, at 38, 40, at 40, at 40, do we see 42? Looking for 42, wakey in the room, any interest in the room? At the 45 now, at 45, looking for the 48, do we see 48? 48 bid taken, 48 bid, at 50 now, at 50, at 50, looking for 55, do we see £55 anywhere? At 50, are we all done? At £50,
55.
bid taken, we're keeping it open at 55. Sorry about that, my apologies, easy life, but that's a bid just before the hammer at 55. 60 now, at 60, at 60, at £60 now, at 60. Looking for 65. Sarah, get your bids in quickly, please. At £65. That's 60 bid, actually.
60.
Yeah. There we go, getting overexcited. Lot number 96. Start me off. Bidding straight in at 55. That's the way to do it. At 85. At £85. At 85. At 85. 90 now. At 90. At 90. At 90. 95 is the next bid. Do we see £95 anywhere? At 90. It's
95.
a 95. One. That's a room bid of 95. At 110 now, at 110, at 110, looking for 120. Do we see 120? At 110, looking for 120. 120, bid taken. On easy live, sorry, my apologies, the Serum. Serum bidding at 120. At 120, at 120 pounds. Are we all done?
130.
No, we're not. At 130 now.
140.
140. At 140. Are we all done at 140k? Yes, we are at 140 pounds.
Well, 150.
Whoa, 150, not quite. At 150 pounds, ladies and gentlemen, at 150, at 150, at 150, all done, and run out of steam.
160.
160, not quite, at 160, at 160, still going at 160, at 160 pounds, above estimate, at 160, fair warning, as sold, 160 pounds.
SR 169 8250.
Lot number 97, start me off at 80, looking for 80, do we see 80, do we see 80, at 80, looking for 80.
65.
Bid taken at 65, looking for the 70,
75.
75 now, at 75, it's still a gift at 75, 80 now, at 80 pounds, 85 now, at 85, looking for the 90, do we see 90, at 85 pounds, at 85, I can and I will sell, at 85 pounds, fair warning, 85 pounds, 579, lot 98, starting off at 70, looking for 70, looking for 70, looking for 70.
55.
Is that 65?
55.
Bid taken at 55, at 55 pounds, it's a gift at 55.
60.
60, bid taken 60, Serum bid at 60 before. There we go, at 60 pounds, 65 now, at 65, looking for 70. Do we see 70? Do we see 70? Do we see 70 for the Sudan medal? At 65 pounds, looking for 70. Are we all done? At 65 pounds, fair warning. And that is by 641 at 65 pounds, thank you. Another China Boxer Rebellion here, bidding straight in at 150 pounds, at 150, at the highest of 150, looking for 160. Do we see 160 at 150 pounds? At 150, 170 now, at 170, 190, at 190, at 190, looking for 200, 200, 220 now, at 220, at 220, 220 is a bid, at 220, looking for 240. Are we all done? At 260 now, at 260, at 260, at 260, at 260, looking for the 280, at 260, at 260, fair warning at 260 pounds. Sold at 260 to buyer 547. Thank you very much. Lot number 100. Start me off at 80. Looking for 80. Do we see 80?
65.
Bid taken at 65. Looking for the 70. We have 65 looking for 70. It's a gift at 70. 70 bid now at 70. At 70. At 70. At 70 pounds. Looking for 75. Are we all done at 70? 75 is the next bid. At 70. Are we all done? Pushing for that bid. At 70 pounds. 70 pounds to buy at 579. Lot number 101. The unnamed Victorian Baltic medal. Stop off at 80. Do we see 80?
70.
70. Bid taken of 70. Looking for 75. Do we see 75 pounds anywhere? 75. 80. Bid taken at 80. Sarah bidding at 80. Sarah bidding at 80. At 80 pounds. Looking for 85. 90 now. At 90. At 90. At 90. At 90 pounds. 95 now. Top it up to 100. 100 we have. At 100 pounds. Looking for 110. Do we see 110? 110. Bidding at 110 on the Sarah at 110 pounds. 120 now on Easy Live at 120 pounds. At 120. At 120. At 120. At 120. At 120 pounds. Are we all done at 120 pounds? At 120. 5, 6, 4, 1. Thank you. Lot number 102, bidding straight in at 15 pounds. At 15. At 15, looking for 18. Do we see 18 pounds anyway? At 20 now. At 20. 25. At 25 now. At 25, looking for 28. Do we see 28? 28 we have. At 28 pounds. At 28, looking for the 30. 32. At 32 pounds, looking for 35. Do we see 35 pounds anywhere? At 35 pounds now. At 38. At 38, 40 is the next bid. Do we see 40? Do we see 40? Do we see 40? At 40 pounds now. At 40. At 40. At 40, 42 now, at 42 pounds, at 42 pounds. Are we all done at 45, 48 now? No, we're not. At 50, at 50, at 50, 55 now, at 55 pounds, at 55 pounds. Catch my breath. At 55 pounds. At 60 now, at 60, at 60 pounds now, at 65. 65 is a bid, at 65 on Easy Life. Are we all done at 65 pounds? Any interest? Any further interest from the room or online at 65 pounds? We all good at how we're doing?
Yeah, okay, yeah.
5, 6, 4, 2. All right then. Lot number 103, bidding straight in at £12 at 12. We have 12, 15 now, 15, looking for 18. Do we see 18? 18 we have at £18 at 18, 22 now, £22. Looking for 25. Do we see £25 anyway? At 25 now, at 25. We have 25, 28 now. 28's the bid. Looking for 30. 30 we have at £30 at 32 now, at £32 at £32. At £32, 35 now, at 35, looking for 38. Do we see £38? Sir, you're bidding at the back there. At £35, looking for 38, at £38 now, at 38 now, at 38, 40, £40, 40 is a bid, at £40, looking for 42. Do we see £42 anywhere? At £42 we have now, at 45, 45 now, at 45, at 45 now, at £45. We all done there? £45. £45 to buy at 641. Lot number 104. Bidding straight in at 38 at £38, looking for 40. Do we see 40? Do we see 40 at £38 at £38 at 38? Are we all done at 38, 40 now? At 40, at 40, at 40. Is that your bid at 40? 42 with you, sir. At 42, in the room at 42. Looking for 45, at 48 now, at 48, 50, at 50, at 50, at 55, at 55. So, we'd like 60. 60 we'd like, thank you. At 55, at £55, online on Easy Life at 55, 60 now, at 60, at 60, at £60, at 60, at 60, looking for 65. Do you see £65 anywhere? At the highest bid of 60, at 60, at £60, 60. That's by 5, 7, 6. Lot 105. Starting off at 60. At 60, looking for 60, 30 then, at 30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Any interest at 30? Any interest at 30? 30 is bid. At £30 online at 30. Looking for 32. Do we see £32 anywhere? At 32 online. At 32 online now. Looking for 35. Do we see £35 anywhere? At 35 now. At 35 on Easy Life. At 38. 38's the bid. At 40. At 40. Looking for 42. Do you see £42 anywhere? At 42 now. At £42. At £42. At £42. 45 now, 45's a bid, at £45 on Easy Life at 45, looking for 48, do we see £48 anyway, at £45, are we all done at £45? We're all done at £45, fair warning, sold, £45 to buy 5, 2, 9 at 45, lot number 106, start me off at £50, at 50, looking for 50, do we see 50, do we see 50, do we see 50? Do we see 50? 25 then, at £25. Look for 25. Do we see £25 anywhere? At £25. Looking for 25. Fair warnings will remain with us at £25. That's passed. Lot number 107. Assortment of 18th century and later Worcester teacups and saucers. Great collection here. At £50. Starting at 50. Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Looking for 50. £25 then, at £25. It's a gift at 25. Looking for 25. Do you see £25 anywhere?
20.
No, you can't do, sir. At £25. Bid taken at 20. At £20 with you, sir. At £20. At £20. At £20. At 20. At 20. At 20. £20 in the room. Are we all done at 20? Fair warning at £20. That's yours, sir. Is that 1, 2, 1, 4, £20? Goodbye. Lot number 108, same again. Start me off at £30. £30 anyway, at 30. Looking for 30. Looking for 30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Looking for 30. Fair warning at £30. This will remain with us. Lot number 109. Start me off at £25. Looking for 25. Do you see £25 anywhere? At 25. Looking for 25. Do you see £25 anywhere? At £25. We're all done at £25. It's passed. Lot number 110. Start me off at 60. Looking for 60. Do we see 60? Do we see 60? At £60. Looking for 60. Are we all done at 60? 30 then, at £30. Do we see 30? Looking for 30. 30. 60 is bid. We've taken 60. 60 online at 60. At £60 now. At 60. At 60. At £60 now on Easy Life at £60. Are we all done at 60? Fair warning. sold £60 to buyer 617. Thank you. Lot number 111 on one leg. Bidding, running away with me here at £50 now, at 50, at 50, at 50. 65 now, at 65, 70. 80 now, at £80, at £80, at 80, at 80, at 80. It's 85 now, at 85, at 85, 90, 95 now, at 95, 100, £100, at £100. Are we all done at £100? 110's the next bid. Are you bidding in the back of the room there, ma'am? At £100, at 100, looking for 110, at £100. Fair warning at £100. Sold to buyer 5, 10, 100. Lot number 112. Bidding straight in at £42, look at 45, 45 we have, at 45, 50 now, 50 bid, at 55, 60, at 65 now, 70, £70, 75 now, 80, 85, at £85, 90, at 90, at 95, 100, 110, 120, 130, at 140, at 150 now, at 150, at 160, at 160, 170, at 170, above estimate at 170, at £170, at 170, at 170, at 170, at £170, fair warning. Same bar as last, 5, 10, or 170. Lot number 113. Starting off at 50, looking for 50. 50 is a bit, at 50, at 50, 55 now, at 55, looking for 60. Do we see 60? At 55 now, at 55, 60, 65, at 65, 70, 70 now, at 70, looking for 75. Do we see £75 anywhere? At £70. Are we all done at 70? Run out of steam already at £70. Same bar as last, 5, 10, £70. Lot number 114. Starting off at 50, looking for 50, 50 straight in at 50, 55 is the next bid. Do we see 55? Yes, we do at £55 now, at 55. 60 is the next bid. Do we see 60? Looking for 60. Do we see 60? At £55. Are we all done at £55? Sold, £55 to buy at 5, 10. We have a telephone bid, lot number 115.
Yeah, connected, so.
Ready to go with you, sir. Starting off at 50. We have 50. Do you see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50?
Yeah, 50, sir.
50's bid on the telephone at 50. 55's next bid. Any interest in the room or online at £50 with our telephone bidder at 50. Fair warning. Sold to our telephone bidder.
Yeah, 6202, sir.
6202. Thank you, at £50. Lot number 116, another telephone bid. Are we ready to go? Yes, we are. Bidding straight in at £25, look for 30. 30 we've taken, 35, 32 is the next bid. 35 now, at 35, 38 is the next bid. Do we see 38?
Yeah.
38,
Right, no.
out at 35. At 35 now, on the internet at 35, looking for 38. Do we see £38 anyway? At £35, fair warning at £35. Sold. Buyer 656 at £35. Lot number 117 at 117. Starting off at 50, looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Looking for 50. Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? 25 then at 25. It's a gift at 25. Do we see £25 anywhere? Looking for 25. 28 now. 30 at 32. 32. 35. 38. Do we see 40? 40 we have at £40. 42 now. 42. 45. 48. Do we see 50? 50 is the next bid. 50 we have now at £50. 55 now. 60 at 60. 65. 70. 75. 80. 85. 90. 95. At £100 now. 110. 120 is the next bid. 120 we have at 120. At 120. At 120. At £120. At £120. Fair warning. 120 sold to buy 5, 6, 4. Lot number 118 now. Start me off 150. At 150.
120?
120, 130 with me.
140?
140 bid taken at £140. At 140 on the serum, looking for 150. At 160 bid taken at 160 on the serum. At 160 on the serum, looking for 170. Do we see 170? Do we see 170 bid taken at 180 now? No, 190 at 190 at £190 now. At £190.
200.
200 bid taken at 200 on the serum at £200. Looking for 220. Do we see 220? 220 now at 220. 240 is the next bid at 220. Are we all done at £220? at £220, online at 220. Fair warning, 240 on the serum now, 240, 260 at 260, at £260, at 260, at 260. Are we all done at 260? Fair warning at £260 with a serum bidder.
280.
Oh, 280 just before the gavel at 280, at 280. Do we see 300 now? At £300, at 300, at £300, at £300, at £300. Are we all done at 300, Kim? They're hovering at 300. Last chance at £300. 300 sold to SR 1586 22. Thank you. Lot number 119. Start me off at 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? For Royal Copenhagen at 50. At 50. 25 then. At £25. Looking for 25. Do you see £25 anywhere? At £25. At 25. At 25. £10 then. At 10. At 10. At 10. At 10. At 10. At 10. £10 a bit. At £10. Look for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? Do we see 12? Do we see 12? Do we see 12? At £10 I can and I will sell. At £10 that's sold to buyer. Okay, we're not taking the £12 bid, we're taking £10 bid because that came in after the hammer. So it's sold to buyer 5, 7, 5, £10. Please get your bids in quicker. Again, lot number 120. Start me off at £30. Looking for 30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Looking for 30. £15 then. At 15. At 15. Tried at 10. Tried at 10. Tried at 10. At £10. Looking for 10. Do we see £10 anywhere? At £10. At 10. Looking for 10. £10 a bid. 12 now. At £12. 15. 15's a bid. At £15. 18's the next bid. Do we see £18 anywhere? At £15. We're all done. At £15 on Easy Life at 15. Fair warning. Sold to buyer 617 for £15. Lot number 121. Start me off at £50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? 25 then at £25. At £25. Looking for 25. Do you see £25 anyway? In the room or online at 25. Any interest? At 25. £10 then. At 10. At 10. Do we see 10? Looking for 10. £10 with you, sir. At £10 in the room. 12. 15 against you, sir. 18 would you like? At £18 now online. 20. 20 with you, sir. 20 with the room. Looking for 22. 20 with the room. At £20 with the room. 22's against you. 25 now. At 25 against you, sir. Shake the head at 28. In online at 25. Looking for £28. Do we see £28 anywhere? £28 we have. Online at 28. Looking for the 30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Online at £28. Fair warning at £28. Sold to buy at 646 for £28. Lot number 122. Bidding straight in at £10. Looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? 12's a bid. 15 against you. At £15 now on Easy Life. Looking for the 18. 18 we have taken already. 20's the next bid. Do we see 20? Do we see 20? 20's online now. At 20 on the serum. Looking for 22. Do we see £22 anywhere? At £20. At 20. At 20. At £20. Final time of asking it. 22 with you, sir, in the room at 22. 25's the next bid. Do we see £25 anywhere? 25 with the serum. 28's the next bid. Shake the head at 28, sir. With the room bidder shaking the head at 28. Looking for 28. Do we see £28 anywhere? Fair warning at 28. At 25, sorry. Draw 28 just before the hammer on Easy Life at £28. At 28. At 28. Are we all done at 28? £28 sold by 619. Thank you. Lot number 123. Start me off at 70. Do we see 70? Do we see 70? Do we see 70? 35 then. At £35. Looking for 35. Do you see £35 anywhere? At £35. At 35. Looking for 35. Do you see £35 anywhere? Any interest in the room or online at 35? Fair warning, this will remain with us at £35. Oh, 35 just before the hammer. Yep, that came just before. At £35, just before the hammer there, reopening the lot. We're on lot 124 now, but that was 123. And go back to that point. There we are at £35 to buy 646. Fair warning. That's sold. £35. 646. Thank you very much. Lot number 124. Start me off at £50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Looking for 50. Do we see £50 anywhere? At 50. At 50. 25 then. At £25. Do we see £25 anywhere? Looking for 25. Are we all done at £25? 25 is a bid. At £25 now. At £25. At 25. Are we all done at £25? Fair warning at £25. £25 to buy at 646. Same bar as last. Lot number 125. Start me off at 50. Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? £50 anywhere. 25 then. At £25. Looking for 25. Do we see £25 anywhere? At £25. At 25 the bid. At 25 online now. At £25. Any interest in the room or online? At £25. Fair warning at £25. Sold. £25 to buy at 646. Lot number 126. What? Switching clerks there? Clerks? Clerks? Are we ready to go?
Yes.
Good to go at £70, starting at 70. Looking for 70. Do we see 70? Looking for 70. At £70. 35 then. Looking for 35. Do we see £35 anywhere? Looking for 35. At £35. As low as I can go at £35. At £35. Are we all done? 35 with you, sir. 35 taking the room. 35 in the room, looking for 38. Do we see £38 anywhere? 38 against you, sir. 40 would you like? At 40 in the room now. At 40 in the room. 42 is the next bid. Do we see £42 anywhere? At 40. At 40. Are we all done? At £40. 42 is against you, sir. Shaking the head at 45. With the easy life bid at £42. Are we all done at £42? Fair warning. £42 sold by 646. Lot number 127. Start me off at 50. Looking for 50. Do we see £50 anywhere? Looking for 50. At 50. At 50. 25 then. Looking for 25. Do we see £25 anywhere? At £25. At 25. Looking for 25. Do we see £25 anywhere? Online or in the room? At £25. £10 then. At 10. Low as I can go at 10. 10 with you, sir. At £10 in the room. 12's the next bid. 12 we have. 15 we like, sir. 15 now. At 15. 18. 20 is the next bid. Do we see 20? 20 we like, sir. At 20, 20 in the room. 22 against you, sir. 25 would you like? Shake the head at 25. At £22. Online at 22. On Easy Live 25 now. At 25. At £25. At £25. Fair warning at 25. Sold £25 to buy at 646. Thank you. Lot number 128. Start me off at 20. At 20. At 20.
I've
There's
got 10.
£10 were taken at 10. At £10 now. At 10. Looking for 12. Do we see £12 then? £12 we have now. At 12. At £12. 15 is the next bid. Do we see 15? At £12. Looking for 15. I can and I will sell at £12. Fair warning. Sold to buy at 575 at £12. Lot number 129, bidding straight in at 10. At £10, looking for 12. Do we see £12 anywhere? At 12. 12 bid taken, online at 12. Looking for 15. Do we see £15 anywhere? 15 we have now. At £15. 18. 18 is the bid. At £18. 20 is the next bid. Do we see £20 anywhere? At 18. At 18. Are we all done at £18? 20 now. At 22. At £22. At £22 online at 22. Do we see £25 anywhere? At 22. Are we all done at 22? Run out of steam at £22. 22 sold to buy at 585. Lot number 130. Bidding straight in at £12, looking for 15. Do we see £15 anywhere? At 15 now, at 15, at 15, at £15. 18's the next bid. Do we see £18 anywhere? Wakey in the room. Anyone interested? At £18. At 18, 20 now, at 20, at 20, at £20 now, at 20. Are we all done at £20 online at 20? On in Easy Live at £20. Fair warning. Sold £20 to buy at 585. Lot number 131, bidding straight in at £10, looking for 12. Do we see 12? 15 now, 15, 18, 18, 20 is the next bid. Do we see 20? 20 we have at 22 now, £22. At 25 now, 25, 28, at 30, 32, 35, 38. Running away with me at 40, at 40, 42, at £42, 45 now, 48, at £48, 50, 55, at 60, at 60, at 60, at 60. Are we all done at 60? 65, no we're not, at 75 now, at 75, 85, at 85 now, at 85, 90, at 90, at £90, at £90 on Easy Live. Are we all done at £90? Fair warning at 90. Sold for £90 to buy at 564. Lot number 132. Start me off at 30. Do we see £30 anywhere? Looking for 30. Do we see 30? £10 then, at £10, at £10. It's a gift for 10. It really is, at £10, looking for 10. Do we see £10 anywhere? Fair warning at £10, this will remain with us. That lot is passed. Lot number 133. We have a telephone bidder. Are we ready to go?
Connected, sir.
£60. Looking for 60.
60. Yeah, he's asking. Sorry.
I can go no lower at £60.
No.
60, bid taken at 60. At £60 now, online at 60. We have 60 at £60. At £60 on EasyLive at 60. 65 is the next bid. Serum, are you coming in at 65? Shake it out at 65 from the Serum. At £60 on EasyLive, we all done at 60. Fair warning. Sold for £60 to buyer 599. Lot number 134. Start me off at 80. At 80, looking for 80. Do we see 80? Do we see 80? At £80, looking for 80. Do we see 80? Any interest at 80? 70 then. At 70. At 70. At 70. Any interest at 70? Fair warning, at £70, this will remain with us. Lot number 135. Stop me off at 50. Do we see 50? Looking for 50. Looking for 50. Do we see 50? £50 anywhere. 45. As low as I can go at 45. Do we see £45 anywhere? Looking for 45. Looking for 45. Do we see £45 anywhere? Fair warning. This will remain with us at £45. Lot number 136. Bidding straight in at 50. We have 50. Looking 60 now. At 60. 70. At 70. At 70. 80. At 80 now. 90. At 90. 100. 120 at 120 now, at 120, 130 is the next bid. Do we see 130 at £120? Are we all done at 120? At £120, 120 sold to buyer 636. Lot number 137, start me off at 120. Do we see 120? Do we see 120? Do we see 120? Looking for 120. Looking for 120. Any interest at 120? At 100 then, at 100. At 100. Do we see 100? Final time of asking £100. What has passed? Lot number 138. Start me off at 50. Do we see 50? Looking for 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Looking for 50. Any interest at 50? £10 then, at £10. Start me off at 10. Do we see 10? Do we see 10? It's a gift at 10. Looking for 10. 10 with you, sir, at the back of the room, standing at £10. Do we see 12? 12's the next bid at £10. Are we all done at 10? Maiden bid has it at £10. That's sold to you, sir. £10 to buyer 249. Thank you. Lot number 139. Bidding straight in at £10. 12's the next bid. Do we see £12 anywhere? At 15, 20 now, at 25, at 25, 28 now, at £28, at £28, at 28, 30, 32, 35 now, 38, 38's bid at 40, at 40 now, 42. All happening on EasyLive at 45 now, at £45 on EasyLive at 45, 48, 50's the next bid. We have 50 at £50 now. 55 is the next bid. Do we see 55 at £50? Are we all done at £50? 55 now, at £55, at 55, at 55, 60, at 60, at 60, at 60, at £60. At £60, fair warning. That is by 5, 6, 4, £60, thank you. Lot number 140. Bidding straight in at £18, looking for 20. We have 20 now, at 20, at 20, at £20, 22, 25 now, at £25, at 25, looking for 28. Do you see £28 anywhere? At £25, at 25, 28 with you, sir. 28 in the room, 30 against you, 32 would you like? At 32 now, at 32 in the room. With our room bidder at 32, 35 is the next bid. Do we see 35? 35 against you, sir. 38 would you like? One more bid could do it, sir. 38 with you, sir, at £38, at 38. Has that deterred the internet bidder at £38? It may have. At £38 with you, sir. Fair warning. Well done. 249. Told you that last bid would do it.
Sure.
All right, lot number 141. Some people may remember old Dusty bin here. We've got a room bid of 80, 90 with me, looking for 100. Do we see?
I've got 110.
110, bidding straight in at 110. That's the way to do it. At £110 at 110, at 110, looking for 120. Do we see 120 at £110 with the serum at 110, looking for 120? Looking for 120. Is Dusty Bin only worth 110? Come on, at £110. Do we see 120? At 110, looking for 120. Are we all done at £110?
SR 174
SR174
5252.
5252. SR174 5252. Lot number 142. Telephone bidder, are you ready? Bidding straight in at £80. 85 is the next bid.
85.
85 from the serum. 90 now at 90. 95 is the next bid. Do we see 95? 95. 95. 100 now at 100. 110.
Hang on. Give us a 130.
At 130 now, at 130, at 130, at 140 now, at 140. We have 140,
150.
150 now on the serum, 160 on Easy Life, at 160 on Easy Life, 170, 180 now, at 180,
200.
200 pounds, at 200, at 220, at 220,
240.
240 now,
280.
280, at 280 on the serum, at 280,
300.
300 bid taken already on Easy Life, at 300. That's
320.
320 at 320 now, at 320, at 320 on the serum at 320, looking for 340. Are we all done at £320? Telephone bid is out, it is the Easy Live out, and last remaining is the serum at 320. Fair warning.
SR 24.
Hold on, 320, SR24,
004.
SR24004. Thank you. Lot number 143. Start me off at £12. £12 bid for the Royal Dalton here at £12. Looking for 15. Do we see £15 anywhere? Looking for 15 for this. Do we see 15? 15 with you, sir, at £15. £15 in the room at £15. At £15. 18's next bid. Do we see £18 anywhere? 18 we have against you, sir, at 18. 20 if you like. Shake the head at 20. At £18 now on Easy Live at 18. Do we see 20? Looking for 20. Are we all done at 18? Fair warning at £18. Sold. £18 to buy. 5, 2, 9. Lot number 144. Bidding straight in at £10. 12's next bid. We have 10. Looking for 12. 12 we have now at £12. 15 at 15 now. 18's next bid. Do we see £18 anyway? Looking for 18 at £15. Are we all done at £15? Fair warning. £15 to 5, 2, 9. 145 now. Lot 145. The Ruskin Cream. Vase here, looking for 30. Do we see 30? Do we see 30? Do we see 30 for this? At £30, looking for 30. Do we see 30? £10 then, it's a gift at 10. Do we see 10? Looking for 10. £10 anywhere at £10. At £10. If you get no bids, remain with us. £10 now online. 12 if you like, sir. At 12. 12 in the room. At £12 with the room bidder. At £12. 15's next bid. Do we see £15 anywhere? Serum, Easy Life, you're coming back in at 15. At £12. 15 now, against you at 15. Shake the head at 18 with our internet bidder at £15, looking for 18. Are we all done at £15? Fair warning. Sold to buy at 6, 3, 3 for £15. Lot number 146. Start me off at 50. Do we see 50? Do we see 50? Do we see 50 for this? Is there 50 in the room? 50 we have online at 50, online at 50, online at 55 now, at £55, 60 is the bid, at 60, 65 now, at 65, looking for 70, do we see 70? Yes we do, at £70 now on Easy Life, 75 now, at £75, at £75, at 75, at 75, at £75, we all done at 75, fair warning, £75 to 510, thank you. Lot number 147, start me off at £40.
Got 45.
45, bid taken at 45 from the serum at 45, 48 now, 48 on Easy Life, looking for the 50. Do we see 50? 50, bid taken, 50, 55 against you, coming back at 60.
60.
Yes, you are at £60 now on the serum, 65 on Easy Life at 65,
70.
70 now on the serum, 75 on Easy Life.
No, it's gone.
He's gone at £75 now on Easy Life, looking for the 80. Do we see 80 at £75? Fair warning. £75 to buy 599. Lot number 148. The Claris Cliff here. Starting off at £80. 140 straight in. That's the way to do it. At 140. Looking for 150. Do we see 150? Do we see 150? At 160 now. At 160. At 160. At 160. Looking for 170. 170 we have. 180 now. At 180. At 180. 190. At 190. 200 now. At 200. 220 is next bid. Do we see 220? At £200. At £200. Fair warning. And sold £200 to buy at 633. Thank you very much. Lot number 149. Bidding straight in at £120. At 120, looking for 130. Do we see 130? Do we see 130? Do we see 130 at 120? Are we all done? To the maiden bidder at £120. Has sold 120 to buy at 504. And my final lot of today before I hand over to Gareth Wasp is lot 150, bidding straight in at £10, looking for 12. Do we see 12? 15 now, 20, at £20, at 20, at 20, at 20, at £20. We all done at £20, 22, 25 now, at £25, at 25, looking for 28. 28 we have, online at 28, looking for the 30, looking for 30. Do we see 30? 30 we have now, at £30, at £30, at 30, at 30. We all done at £30, fair warning. Sold £30 to buyer 576. Thank you very much. Take that down. Cheers.
Okay, lot number 151 then, start with £60 then please, £60 then, £30 then please, 30, any interest at 30 please, £30 then, any interest, otherwise I'll pass this lot, the Evesham pattern there, £30, any interest, that's unsold. Lot number 152, we're already up to £120 at 120 then, 140 bid, £140 at 150 bid, 150, 160 bid, 160 at 160, 170, all on easy low, 180, 180, 190, 200 bid, 220 bid, 220, 240 bid, 240, 260, 280, 280, 300, 320, 340, £340 now. At 340, at 360 now, 380 bid, 380, at 380, £400 at 400, £400 at 420 now, 420, at 420, at £420. We ran out of steam at 440. Sarah, and thank you Kelly, thanks Sarah, at 440 then. You coming back easy live? At 440 on the sale room then. It looks like they have it at £440, all done at £440. Sale room bid at last chance at 440. 440.
SR 869513.
513. Worth that condition report, wasn't it, Claire?
Wasn't it?
Yeah, a lot of effort for that one. So there we go. I'm sure they'll be very grateful. Lot number 153, the NatWest piggy banks there. Start me £10 then, please. £10. £10 is bid, traded in online, 10, 12, 15 the bid, 15 at 18 bid at 1 and 8, at 18, 20 the bid, 20 at £20, 2 bid, 2 at £22 at 22. All the 2s at 22, last chance then at 22, all done and selling at 22. £22 is sold, 585. Lot number 154, Paul Pottery, other items in the lot there. Starting at £10 then please. £10 for all they've got. That there, £10, 10 in the second row, thank you sir, at £10 in the second row, 12 against you now, 15 bid, 15 in the second row, the £15 in the room at 15, at £15, second row, bidding at 15, are we all done? 18 against you now, 20, 20 in the second row, £20 in the second row, £20, 22 against you now, 22 against you, at 22, would you like 25? £25, back in the room at 25 then. At 25, any advance then? Selling in the second row at £25, all done, selling at 25. 25 is buy at 249. Lovely, thank you very much. 155, Royal Albert there, starting in with me on commission at £70 at 700. £70 it's with me on commission at £70. 75, 80 my bid, 85, 90 I've got, 100 with me, £100, 110, 120 with me. It's my commission bid at £120 with me at 120, 140. Commission is out, 140 online. Royal Albert there for £140 at 140, at 140. Any advance then at £140, at 140 then. All done on Easy Live Auctions at 140. All done at 140. We sell £140 is buy at 564. Lot 156, a large egg. I'm not sure what egg it's from, or what animal, sorry. Robin. £10 start me please. £10, any interest please, 10 at the back, thank you, 10 right in the back, £10, right at the back at £10 then, at 10, any advance then at £10, 12 against you now sir, 15 at the back, back in the room at 15 then, against the internet at £15, right at the back at 15, I'm selling then, all done, 18, just in time at 18, 20, back of the room, £20, back of the room at 20 then, at 20, you coming back easy live, at £20 then, last chance at 20, I sell, 208 for £20. Lot 157 then, Raw Worcester, blue and white, 18th century there. Start me at £80 then please. £80 then please. 80. £40 then, please. Any interest at 40 for August there? Any interest? I'm going to pass this lot then. Any interest? I'll pass this lot then. All done at £40. That's unsold. Lot number 158. Staffordshire Toby figure there. A man taking snuff then. Start with £40 then, please. £40 then. 20. £20 then. Any interest at 20? 10 then for it. Any interest at 10? No, I'm going to have to pass this lot as well then. That's unsold. Lot number 159, the pot lids there. Stubby, £20 for the pot lids there, please. £20 then. 20, 10 then. 10, any interest at 10? 10 I've got online at £10 then. Online at 10. At £10. Any further interest then? We're selling at 10. All done, it's a maiden bid then, 10, 12 in the front row. In the front row at £12 then. In the front row at £12. 15 against you, sir. 15 against you. 18, front row. £18 then at 18. 20 against you now. 20 against you, sir. At £20 on Easy Life, 22. Back in the room at £22 and at 25 against you now. 25, 25, at 25, 28 in the room, 28 in the room, at £28, 30 against you now, sir, at £30, thank you though, at £30 then, selling to Easy Live at 30, £30 is buyer 529, lot number 160, Royal Dalton there, £10 please for that, £10, any interest at 10? £10 in the front row, second row, sorry, at £10 then, second row bidding, at £10, 12 against you now, 12 against you then, 15, second row now, 15, second row, 18 now, at 18, then at 18, at 18, then at 18, 20 then is bid, 20 bid, 22 I've got online against you both now, it's £22 on Easy Live then, at 22, I'm selling on Easy Live at £22, 25 just in time, £25 in the front row, at £20, you're coming back Easy Live, offering you the same. At £25 then, I'm selling the front row at £25. £25 is buyer 214 for £25. Lot number 161, the gold style vase there, other items in the lot then. £10 for the collection there, please. £10 there, all that lot there, please. £10. 10 in the room, thank you very much. I've got 10 in the room. I'm looking for 12, please, Easy Life. 12 is bid now against you, sir. 15 back in the room at 15. In the room at 15. At 18 now, at 18. At £18. At £18 then. Are we all done at 18 then? On Easy Live Auctions at £18. Selling there at £18. All done at 18. Thank you, Gordy. 585. Lot number 162, the Minton Param wear there. Start me at 100, please, then. £100 then, please. £50 then, please. Any interest at 50? 50 in the room bid at £50 then. In the room at £50. Any advance then at £50. Second row in the room at 50. Any advance then at £50. I'm selling then. It's the maiden bid. Cheap lot there at £50. All done at 50. £50 is buyer 249. Lovely, thank you. Lot 163, the Celadon vase there. And start me at £50 then, please. £50 then. £50 then. 45 then. Any interest? I can't go a lot lower. 45 please. Any interest? No, I'm going to have to pass this lot. It's unsold. Lot number 164, Lalique there, and we're straight in at £300 then. On Easy Live Auctions at 300 then. At £300, at 300 then. Any advance at £300. Easy Live Auctions at £300. A maiden bid of 320. 340 against you now, Kelly. At 340 then. At 340. At 340. At 340 on Easy Live. They're coming back. Sale room. No. So no from the sale room at £340 then. I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions at £340. All done at 340. 340 is buyer 513. Lot number 165, the Swarovski crystal there. Various items in the lot there. £30 start me for all of them, please. £30 then. Any interest? 30 I'm straight in at £30. Online at 30. On Easy Live then. 32 now. At 32 then. 35 bid. 35 at £35. At 38 bid. £38. At 3 and 8, 40 the bid. 42 bid. At 42, 5 the bid. 5, 8, £48. 50 the bid. £50 at 50. At £50 then at 50. At £50 then at 50. At 55 then is bid. At 55. At 55 then. At £55 then at 55. All done. At 55 then. Last chance coming online and the room. All done. Selling at 55. £55.
Yeah, go back to the
Okay. That was 55, that was 60 then, just in time then. I'll allow that and carry on the bidding then. That's £60 then. Are you coming back at 60? Last chance now at £60. I'm selling online at 60. £60 is buyer 674. Lot number 166 is Swarovski crystal and other items in the lot. Start me at £20 then, please. £20 for all that lot there, please. £20 then. £20 is bid. Thank you. 22 now. 22 is bid. 5 bid. 8 bid. £28 then at 28. At 28 then at £28. At any advance at 28 then. 2 and 8 then at 28 then. 30 bid online now. 32 bid. £32 at 32. 5 the bid. 5 at 35. 8 bid. 38. 40. All on easy live. Room is quiet. 42 bid. At 42 then at £42 at 42. At 42. Last chance then. Selling at £42. All done and selling at 42. £42 is buy at 599. Lot number 167, Swarovski crystal, and start me at £40 a lot, please. £40 then, all that collection there. £40 then, please. 40 straight in at £40 then at £40. At 40, 42 now, 42, 45, 48, 50 bid, £50 then, 55, 60 the bid, 65, 70 bid, £70, 5, 75, 80 the bid, £80 then at 80, 85, 85, 90, £90 then at 90, 95, 100, at £100 now, 100, 110, 120 bid, 120, at 120 then at 120, any advance at £120 then. Selling at 130 now, 130, 140 bid, at 140, £140 then at 140, at 150 bid, £150 now, all on easy live, at £150, 160, 160 now, 170, 170, 170, where's 180 please, at 170 then, I'm selling to easy live auctions then, at £170, all done at 170, 170 is buy at 674. Lot number 168, Swarovski crystal again then. Start with £50 then, please.
Got 40.
40 taken. Thank you on Sarah at £40. Then it's bid at 40. Sarah bidding at 42 against you now. At 42 then. No, they've left early, haven't they? At 42, 45 bid on easy live then. 48 bid. 48 then, at 48 then, at £48 on easy live auctions then, at 55, 60 the bid, 60 bid, 5, 70 bid, 70, at £70 then, at £70, at £70 then, are we all done at 70? £70 online then, at 75, 80 the bid, 85, 90 bid, 95, 100, 100, 110 now, 110, at 110, at 120, 130 bid, 130 now, at 130, at 130, 140 bid, 150, at £150, at 150, at 160, at 160, at 160. Any advance at £160, I'm selling online. Easy live auctions at 170, at 170, at 170, at 170. Any advance at £170, then I'm selling at 170 on easy live auctions. You're right there now, sir?
Yeah, it's all stuck.
170 is by a 674.
It's a sticky mouse.
Lot number 169, Swarovski crystal again then. £10 is starting then. £10 then.
Got 12.
12 is bid, 15 against you now. 18 I've got now, 18, 20 is bid, 22 then, 25, 28, 30, £30, 32, 35, 38, £38, 38 then, 38, all done at 38 then. Fair warning at 38, 40 the bid, 2 bid, 42, 45, 48 bid, 48, 50 bid, 55, 55, £55, 55. Any advance then at 55. We all done at 55 then. Selling at £55. All done at £60, 5 bid, 65 bid, at 65 then, at 65. Any advance at 65. Still good value at 65 then. All done, 70 bid, 70 bid, 70 bid now, at 70 bid, 5 bid, 75 now, at 75 then. At 75. Any advance then at 75. Selling at 75. Last chance, last call. Selling at 75. 75 is by a 599. Lot number 170, £10 is straight in at 10 for the paperweights there. At 10, looking for 12 now, please. At £10 then for the paperweights at £10. Any advance then? It's the main bid online. 12 in the room now. Bid in the room. £12 in the room at 15 now. 15 at the back. 15 right at the back at 15. 18 I've got against you both now. It's £18. 1 and 8. 20 in the room. £20. Your bid. 2 bid against you now. At 22. Would you like 5, sir? 5 bid. 25 in the room. At 25. At 28 against you now. 28. At 28. Sure you don't want the extra bid, sir. £28. Last chance. At 28 then I'm selling on easy live auctions at 28. £28 is buyer 624. Lot number 171, £15 is £18 a bid. 18 now at 18, 20 bid, 20 at £20. At 20, any advance at £20 then at 20.
Yeah.
At 20, 2 in the front row, 22, 5 against you, sir. 25. Would you like 28? 28 I've got online now. Now I've got 28.
Yeah.
30 in the front row, £30. Front row bidding at 30. At £30 then. 2 against you now. 32 against you, sir. You sure? At 32. 35 now in the room at 35. You're going to go for it. Good idea. At 35. 38 bid. £38. 38. It's a good idea. It's a very good idea, sir. £40 would you like? £40. At £40. At 40. At 42 against you now. They're really pushing you online at 42. Would you like the 5, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah, 45. That's the idea at 45. At 45. 48 now. Let's make it 50. It's an even number then. At 40. At £48 against you, sir. Would you like 50? 50. At 50. At £50 then. At £50. At 50. All done at £50. At £50 then. I'm selling to you, sir. At 55 against you now. At 55. They've come in just that little bit late, sir. At 55. I'll offer you the same at £5. Would you like the extra fiver? At £55 then. A builder. One more. That's the spirit. At £60 in the room. At 60 bid. At £60. Are you coming back online? All done. I'm selling then at £60, 65 against you now. At 65. You sure?
Yeah.
Well fought there. At £65. All done at 65. Thank you very much. 575 is the buyer. Lot number 172 now. Studio art glass there. Starting at £10 then, please. £10 then, please. £10 for the glass bits there. Any interest at 10, please? Any interest? Otherwise, I'll pass this lot. £10 is bid then at £10 online. We're selling. Made a bid online at 10. £10 is a 599. Lot number 173. The hippopotamus there, baccarat French glass there. Start with £50 then, please.
40.
At 40's bid. Thank you on Sarah at £40 then. At £40. Looking for 2 now at £40. On the Sarah at £40. At £40. Any advance then at £40. It's a made a bid on the Sarah myself. All done at £40. £40.
SR 172 9979.
Lovely, thank you. 174. Art Nouveau style vase there. £12 is bid. Straight in at 12. Looking for 15 now. 15 second row. £15 in the second row. I've got 15 in the room. Looking for 18 now, please. At £15 then. At 15. 18 against you then. At 18 then against you. At £18 then. Online. 18, 20's bid now, £20 then, it's bid at £20, all on Easy Live now, at £20, the roof's left, 22 then, it's bid, 22 then, at £22, we all done at 22, I'm selling at all the 2s at 22, 22 is a buyer 599, lot number 175, the decanter there, baccarat there, £50 start me please, good French decanter there, £50, £20 then for it please, £20 then please, any interest at 20? 10 for it then please. 10 I've got in the room, thank you very much. At £10 then, I will sell at £10. Unless I get any further interest, I will sell in the room at £10. You're coming in online, last chance, all done, selling at 10. £10, your bidding number is 105, thank you. Lot number 176 then, Ladro there, and £10 is bid, straight in online at 10. Looking for 12 now please, at £10. Any advance then at £10. All those 10 Ladro figures there for £10. 15, 18 bids, that's a bit better. At £18 then, at 18, any advance at £18 then, at 18, at 18, 20's bid now, £20 is bid. £20 then, at 20, any advance at 20 then. Selling at £20 on Easy Live, they've all slowed down on Easy Live at 2. 22 now, 22. At £22 then, at 22. At 25 bid, at 25, 28. At 28 then, any advance then at 28. At 30 bid, at 30. At £30, 32, at 32, at £32 then, all done at £32 then. Fair warning, I'm selling at 35 now, 35, at 35, at 35, all done at £35. 35 is 575. Lot 177, similar lot again then, £10 then please. £10 is bid online at 10 then. At 10, any advance then online at £10 then for the ladder and the neo at £10. 10, 15's bid now, 15, 80 bid at 80, at 18 pounds and at 18, 20's bid now, 20 pounds and at 20, at 20 pounds and at 20, any advance at 20 then? Are we all done at 20? 22 now, 22, any advance then at 22, 5 bid, 25 then, at 25 pounds, we all done at 25 then, at 25, selling at 25 then, last chance and selling at 25, 25 pounds is by 575, lot number 178. Silver mounted dish there, and £10 is bid at 10. Looking for 12, please. At £10 then. At 10. Any advance then at £10. It's the maiden bid online at £10 then. All done then. Made a bid. I will sell at £10. Fair warning at 10. £10 is by 529. Lot number 179. The Bristol Blue decanters there. Nice decanters there. 19th century examples as well. £30 for those, please.
I've got £10.
£10, thank you. At £10 then on Sarah at 10. At £10, it's a start. Any advance then at £10 then. I'm selling to the seller room bidder now. 12 in the room now. 12 in the room. I've got 12, 15. So would you like at the back? 15's bid now. 15, 18 now. 18, 20 against you, sir. 22, 22, 22. Standing at 22 then. You're sir at £22 and standing at £22. All done. And selling at 22. 138 for £22. Thank you very much. 180, the copper pounds then, £10 is bid then, online at 10. Any advance, 15 bid, at 15 and 20 bid, £20 then at 20, at £20 then at 20. Any advance at £20 then at 20, at 20, all done. Selling then at 20, 25 then, at 25 then, at £25, all done. Selling at 25 then. Fair warning, I'm selling at £25. £25 is 596. Got a note for me? Commission bid. Lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bear with me one moment while we just put this commission bid on. Okay, we're moving on then to lot 181, the Victorian jelly copper mould there. Copper jelly mould, that's right, isn't it? £22 is starting at 22 then, looking for 5 then please. 25 at the back, in the room at 25, 28 already against you, 30 at the back. £30 at the back, it's in the room at 30, it's against you online at £30. Right at the back then, you're sir seated at the back at £30, selling then at £30, at the back 30. £30 is 208, £30. Lot number 182, the cast iron teapot then, starting at £10 then please for that. £10 then please, second row at £10 then, at £10. In the second row at 10 then, any advance then at £10 then. At 10, 12 online now, 15. 15's bid, £15 is bid, at 15, at 15, in the room at 15. They coming back, Kelly? At £15 then, I'm selling at 15, all done, at £15. £15 is by 249. Lovely. Moving on swiftly to lot 183. John Lett's collection of we've got coming up now. Start with £50 then please. £50 then please. £30 then please. 30. £30 then please. 10 for them all then. 10 for the figures there. Any interest?
12.
12, you've got 12 already. At £12 then on Sarah at £12. On the Sarah at £12 then. Sarah bidding at 15 now. I've got in Easy Live at 15. On Easy Live now, 15. Easy Live bidding at 15. At 15. Sarah, are you coming back at 15 then? I'm selling then at £15. All done at 15. £15 is by at 575. Lot number 184, still not again then. Start me at £20 then please. £20 then please. Two figures there again. Bronze for 20. Any interest? 10, 20 at the back then, thank you, at £20. At the back at 20 then. At 20, 22 is against you now. 25 in the room, £25. In the room at 25 then. 28 against you now. 30 at the back, £30. At the back at 30. 32, 32, 35, 35 then at 35. 38 against you, £40. In the room at £40. At room bidding at £40. At £40 then. Selling in the room at 42, just in time. 45 then. 45. We're back in the room at 45. At £45 and 48 is against you now. 50 bid in the room at £50 in the room at 50 at £50 and any advance then at 50. I'm selling at 50 right at the back of the room at 50. 50 is by a 208. Lot number 185, sculpture there, the resin one then. Start me at £10 for that one, please. 10 is bid, thank you, sir. Australian at £10, in the room at 10. Got your bid, sir, at £10 then. At 10. Any advance then at 10? So made a bid then. I'm selling at £10. All done at 10. £10 is sold. What was your buyer's number, sir?
105.
105. Lovely, thank you. Lot number 186 now. John Letts again then. £10. Start me, please. £10. £10. Thank you. Is bid at £10 then. Any advance then at 10? At £10 then. It's a made a bid then. All done. And selling with 10, 12 then. At £12. £15 back in the room at 15 then. £15 then. At £15 then. Any advance then? Selling in the room at 15. £15. Same bar as last. 105. 187. Side bronze sculpture there. £50 please. £50 then. £20 then for it. 20's bid then. Thank you. It's a bronze one there. 20 at £20 then. At 20. 2 against you now. 22 against you. 25 then. 25 then against you. At 20, sorry, 25 in the room. At 25 then. 28 now. 28. 30 in the room. £30 in the room. At £30. 32. 32. 35. 35. At 38 against you now. £40 in the room. £40. 42 against you. 45 in the room. £45. 48 now against you. With £50 in the room at 50. At £50 and at 50. At £50. Selling in the room at £50. All done at 50. £50. 105 the buyer. 188 the limited edition bronze there. £50 then. Start me please. £30 then please. £30 then. Any interest at 30 online? Room 20. 20's bid then at £20 then at 20. In the room at 22 against you now. 22. 25 then. 25. 28. 30. £30. 32. 35. 38. 40. 42. 45. 48. £50 then at 50 in the room at £50 then. 55. 60. £60 in the room at 60. Any advance then? I'm selling at £60. All done at £60. £60. Same bar as last. 105. 189 then. The Christopher Letts then. I believe this is his son then. Collection of. Start me at £10 for the collection, please. £10 then, please. Any interest? £10 then. £10 for the collection. £10 you got on serum. Thank you. On serum bidding then at £10 then on the serum. At £10 then. All done then. At £10. Fair warning. I sell at £10. £10.
SR 1063732.
Lovely, thank you very much, Sarah. There, 190 then is the stone parrot there, the agate beak then. Start me at £10 then, please. £10 then, please. Any interest?
Yep.
£10 on Sarah, thank you. Sarah there, at £10 then, at 10 then. Any advance at £10? It's a made a bid then on the Sarah, 12 in the room now. £12 in the room, 12. Any advance then at 12? At £12 then.
15.
15 against you. 18 at the back at £18 then. At 18. At £18 then. At 18. Any advance then? At £18. Are we all done at 18? I sell then at £18. All done at 18. 18 is buyer 208. Lovely. We move on to a fresh sheet. 191, Caroline White. The black figures there. 2 black figures there. Interesting items there. Start me £70 then, please.
Got 75 on Sarah.
75 on the serum. Lovely, thank you. At 75 then on the serum. At 75.
85.
85. 95.
110.
110. 110. At 110 on the serum at 110. At 110 on the serum then at £110. At 110. At £110. 120. Thank you. At 120. At 120. At 120. At £120. Are we all done at 120 then? Serum. Are you coming back? Any more bidding from you, Serum?
Easy life.
Easy Live 130. 130 now on Easy Live then at 130. Any advance then? Serum, are you coming back? £130 then. Easy Live has this one at £130 then. I'm selling Easy Live Auctions at 130. 130 is by 692. Lot number 192, the Tang horse there, Tang style horse there. Start me at £30 then, please. £30 then. £30 then, please. 10 for it then. Any interest at £10 then? I'll pass it by. I've got 10 online. I've got 10 on Easy Live now. Would you like 12 in the room? 12 in the room I've got now. £12 in the room, second row, at £12 then, at £12, £15, 15 against you, sir. £15 on Easy Live now, at £15 on Easy Live Auctions, at 15 then, at 15 then. Any advance then? 18 now, 18 on the sale room, at £18 then, at 18 on the sale room, at 18 then. Any advance then? I'm selling then on the sale room at £18, all done at 18. £18.
SR 565724.
Lovely, thank you very much, Sarah, thank you. Lot 193 now. The Guardian Lion then. Start me at £50 then, please. £30 then, please. £30, 10 for it then, please. Any interest at £10 then? £10 I've got online at £10 then. Online at 10. At £10 then. Online 12 bid on Easy Live. 15 bid now. 15 on Easy Live at £15 then. At 15. Any advance then at 15. At 15 I'm selling 18's bid now. At 18. 20's bid now. £20 then at 20. At £20 then at 20. At £20 then at 20. Any advance then I'm selling at £20. All done. And selling at £20. £20 is by 575. Lot 194. The Tiger. Starting at £10 for that again, please. 10 in the room, thank you. At £10 in the room at 10. At £10 then. At 10. 12 bid against you, sir, now. 12. 15 in the room now. £15 is bid in the room at 15. £18 against you now. 20 in the room now. £20 in the room at 20. 22 against you now. 25 in the room. £25 in the room at 25 then. At 25 then. At 25. Any advance then at 25. I'm selling in the room at 25. 25 is 105. 25, 105. 195 then, the Sculptures there of Lovers there by Austin Productions, and one other as well. Starting at £10 for the both then, please. £10 for the Sculptures there, please. 10, any interest at £10 then for the Sculptures? Any interest, I'll pass these by. £10 please. No. Unsold. Lot number 196 then, Jenny Parker then. The Desire Sculpture. Start me £200 then, please. 200 then. £100 then, please. £100 second row, thank you. At £100 in the second row at 100. 110 against you now. 110 against you on my left at 110. 120. 120. Back with you, madam. 120. Would you?
130.
130.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
You got 130?
No.
No.
120.
120 with you, madam. At 120. Would you like 130? 130. 130. 140. 140. Yours, madam, at £140 then. In the room
150.
at 150. Would you like 160? 160 in the room at 160. £160 then in the second row. 170. Would you like 180? 180 is bid. £180 then at 180. At 180. 190. £200 now is bid. At £200 then. At £200 then. At 200. Any advance? 220. Would you like 240? 240 is bid now. At £240 then in the room at 240.
260.
260. Would you like 280? 280 is bid. 280. In the room at 280.
300.
£300. £300. You sure? At £300 then. On Sarah then. At £300 then. At £300 then. Sarah bidding then at 300. £300.
SR 565724.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Lot 197 then. The dash hound there. £10 is bid at 10.
I got 12.
12, I've got 25, I've got 25, 30 bid, 30, 5, 40, 5. Everyone loves the dash hound. 50, 5. £55, it's 55 then, at 55. Do you like dash hounds, Will? 55, at 55, at 55, at 55, 60 bid, 65, 65 now, 65. Someone obviously does, at £65. Several people it appears. £65. We all done at 65 for the dash hound. 70 bid. 75. £75 then. At 75. Any advance then for the little doggy? At 75 then. All done and selling at 75. 80 bid. 80. £80. £80. 85 now. 85 for the little doggy. At 85 then. At 85. 90. 90. At 90. Are we going to make it 100? £90 for the little doggy. At £90 then, all done, at 90, the lot 5. Let's make it 100 then for the little doggy, please. 95 then. 95. 100 then, at 100. At £100 then. Are we all done at 100 then? 2 people desperately want this dash hound dog. At 100 then, your last chance is coming at £100. I'm selling, all done at 100, last chance. £100 is 646. Lot 198 then, the NASA Prince there, on board there, the moon landing. At £10 is bid then, at £10 then. At £10 is bid, straight in online at 10, 12 bid, 12 bid. At £12 is bid then, at £12, £15, at 15 then, at 15, all online at 15, anything from the room at 15, all the stereo for that matter at 15 then, at £15, selling then at £15, all done, and selling at £15. 15 is by 645. Lot number 199, £10 is bid then for the frames then. Sorry?
30.
£30 is bid, straight in online on the serum at 30, looking for 2 now, 32 online now, 32, nice frames as well, 32, 35, 35, at 35 then, at 35, any advance then at 35, at 35, on the serum then, £38, £38, at 38 then, at 38, at 38 then, £38, at 38, all done, and selling online, Easy Live Auctions, Sarah, last chance, push them Kelly, are they coming back or not? It's a no from Kelly, it's a no from Sarah, I'm selling at 38 then. 38 is 591.
We're just going to swap a second.
Swap, substitution being made.
Yeah.
So we're on lot number 200, which is the 19th century portrait on tambourine, depicting a young girl, signed E.E. Dunning, dated 1894, unusual item this, mounted on a velvet board there. Start me £100 then please, £100 then, 100. 90 then please. £90 please. Any interest at 90? Any interest then? I'm going to have to pass it. I need 90. An unusual item. 90. Any interest? I'm going to pass this lot. That's unsold. We move along swiftly to a man holding a gun. Lot 201. £10 please. £10. £10 then. Any interest at 10? Any interest at all? I'm going to pass this lot then. Unsold. We move along now to lot 202. We've got a telephone bid with Gordon.
I've tried 3 times, sir, and it's going straight to voicemail.
No telephone bid it is then. But he is on the telephone, but not to the right person. Okay, £60 please. £60. £60 then. £30 then. Any interest at 30? £30 with me then. At £30 then. With me at £30 then. At £30 with me then. At £30 then. At £30. Are we all done? At £30 then. All done. At £30. £30 is buyer 25. Lot number 203, similar lot again. £80 then please. £80 then please. £40 then please. £40 would be then at £40 then. At £40 then. At 40. At £40 then. At 40. Any advance then at £40 then. At £40 with me then. At £40 I will sell at 40. £40. Same way as last. Buyer 25. Lot number 204. Venice River Scene there. £80 then please. £80. £40 then please. £40 then. Any interest at 40? £40 then. I'm going to pass that lot at 40. Unsold. Lot 205. And you've got 320 online. I've got £400 here. At £400 with me at £400 then. At 400. 420, 440. 460, 480. 500, 550, 600 now with me on commission at 600. It's against Easy Live at 600. Any advance then at £600. 650. Commission is out at £650 and I'm selling at 650. At £650 then. Are we all done at 650? Selling on Easy Live Auctions at £650 then. At £650, all done at 650. £650 is by 606. Lot number 206 and £60 is bid at £60 online at 60. At £60. Any advance at £60 then. At £60 then. I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions then at 60. So made a bid online at £60. All done at 60. £60 is buyer 534. Lot number 207. SC Harris, oil on canvas, nude there. £80, start me please. £80 then. £80 then. £40 then please. £40, any interest at 40? £40, any interest at 40 then? No, I'm going to have to pass this lot. It's unsold. Lot 20. Bear with me. Sorry, it's 208 now. And I bid £65. £70, thank you. It's £70 on sale at £70. At £70, then at £70. At £70, at 70. At £70, then at 70. Any advance then at 70. Are we all done at £70 then? At 70. All done. I'm selling then on the serum at £70. £70.
SR 756229.
Lovely. Thank you very much, William. Thank you online. Lot number 209 now. Trevor Bell then. Starting £100 then, please.
220.
220's bid. Thank you. 220. 240's bid now. 260 bid. 280 bid.
300.
£300. 320.
340.
340. 360.
380.
380. 400.
420.
420. 420 on the serum. 440 now.
460.
460 I've got. 480 I've got now.
550.
500, 550 on the serum. £600 then.
650.
650 on serum now. £700 then. £700. I'm looking for 750, please, serum. At £700 then I will sell on Easy Live Auctions at £700. Are we all done at 700? Last chance then. All done at £700 on Easy Live Auctions at 700. The last chance call. £700 is buy at 668. Lot number 210. Follow of Ben Nicholson there. £100 please. £100 then please. £50 then please. £50 then please. Any interest? No, I'm going to have to pass this lot of 50. That's unsold. Lot number 211. Start me at £50 then please. £50 then please. 50. £20 then. Any interest at 20? 20. 10 for it then please. Any interest? I'm going to pass this lot. No. That's unsold. Lot number 212. Attributed to G. Bennett there. Oil on canvas then. £50 start me please. £10 for it then please. Any interest for 10? No, we're going to have to pass that lot as well then. Lot number 213 then. £10 please. £10 then. Any interest at 10? £10 please. Any interest at all? No, we're going to have to pass that lot as well. That's unsold. We move on to lot 214, GT Bennett there, oil on board. Start with £40 then please. £40 then please. £40 then. Any interest at 40? No, we're going to have to pass that lot. That's unsold. Lot number 215. Start me at £10 then please. Any interest at all at £10 please? Any interest? That's unsold. Similar lot again, lot 216, and I'm bid £40 for this one at £40 then. At 40. Any further interest then? It's a made a bid online at £40, all done, and selling at 42 now, 42. At £42 then, at 42. All done at £42 then. Fair warning, and selling at £42. £42 is by 668. Lot number 217, and I bid £300 on commission at 300 then. At 300 then. 320, 340 with me.
360.
360. Commission is out. 360 online on the serum at £360 at 360. Any advance at £360? Are they bidding any more? Well, at £360 then. I'm selling then at £360 on the serum then. Nothing from Easy Lies at 360. 360. Okay, I'll reopen that at 380 then. At 380 on the hammer, just on the hammer.
400.
400 then, thank you. At £400 then, at 400. At 400, 420, 420, 440, 440 pounds now, 460, 460. At 460 then, at 460 pounds then, at 460, all done, and selling then at 460 pounds on Easy Live, at 460. 460 pounds is by 692. Lot number 218, oil on canvas there, and I bid bottom estimate at 80 pounds, at 80 pounds, at 80 pounds then, at 85. Commission is out already at 85 then,
95.
on 95, thank you, at 95 then, at 110, 110 then, on sale at 110 pounds, 130 bid, 130. 130 pounds then, at 130 then, at 130, 140, 140 then, 140 then, at 140 then, at 140, any advance, 150, thank you Will, at 150 pounds then, at 150, any advance at 150, at 150, at 150, any advance at 150 pounds, all done, at 150 pounds, 150,
SR 177 85 940.
Okay, we're moving on to lot 219, and you bid £80 on commission at £80 then at 80, at £80 then at 80, any advance then at 80, at £80 then at 80, at £80 then, any advance then at £80, at £80, are we all done at 80? Fair warning then, at £80, all done, and selling at £80, all done at 80. Commission bid, £80, is buyer 8627. Lot number 220 now, and I bid £80 on commission, at £80 on commission with me, 85 online at 85, commission is out at £85 then, online at 85, any advance at 85 then, at 85 then, at £85, online at 85, all done, and selling online, Easy Live will have this one at £85, 85 is buyer 534. Lot number 221 now, and I have competing bids. I need to start at £160, at 160, at £160, then at 160, 170, 180 now, with me at 180, 190, 200 with me, at 220. I've got 220 on Easy Live, commissions are out. Will are they coming back? At 220 then, on Easy Live Auctions at 220, at 220, 240 then, 240 on Serum now, 240 Serum, 260 on Easy Live, 280. £300 now. 300 on Easy Live then. At 300. 320, thank you. £320, 340 now.
360.
360. 380.
400.
£400. 420.
440.
440 then. 440 on Serum now. 440 on Serum. 460 now.
480.
480. £500.
550.
550. 600.
650.
650. At £650 then, on the Sarah at 650, 700. £700 now, 700. 700. Are they going?
750.
750, thank you. At £750 then, at 750. At 750, all done then. I'm selling then to the sale room at £750, 800 now. 800. £800 then, 850. 850. £850 then, all done at £850 then. I'm selling to the sale room at £850. 850.
SR 181 0831.
Lot number 222. Tom Hudson there. Start me £70 then, please. £70 then, please. £40 then, please. Any interest at 40? £30 then. Any interest at 30? Otherwise, I'll pass this lot. Nope. That's unsold. Lot number 223 now. Start me at £30, please. £30 then, please. £30 then. Any interest at 30? It's got to be 30, I'm afraid. £30 is bid, thank you. At the back of the room at £30 then. At £30, right at the back then. At £30, oh, 32 online now. 32, 35, then 35 back in the room. At 35 in the room at 35 then. Any advance then? I'm selling in the room 38. 38, 40 then. £40 at £40 then. At £40 then. At 40. 42 against you, sir. 45 then in the room at 45. At 45. Back of the room at 45 then. Any advance then? I'm selling at 45, 48 then. 48. 50's bid then. At £50. You coming back, Easy Life? At £50 then. I'm selling in the room at 50. £50 is buyer number 150. Thank you. Lot number 224, and I bid £40 then on commission at 40. At £40 then on commission at £40. 42, 45. 48, 50. 60. £60. My commission bid is £60. £60 then. Commission is out. You're in online at 65 then on the serum. I'm selling at £65. All done at 65. 65.
SR 556 538.
Lovely, thank you very much, Will. And we move on to lot 225, Jack Penny there. Start in £100 then, please. £100 then, please. £50 then, please. £50 for me then at £50 bid at 50. At £50 then. At £50 then at 50. Any advance at £50 then at 50. At £50 then. All done. At £50 I will sell at £50. £50 is buyer 25. We move on swiftly to lot number 226. Start me £200 then, please. £200, please. £200 then, please. £100 then, please. 100 then. £100 is bid. Thank you. Online at 100 then. At 100. Any advance at 100? At £100 then. At 100. At 100. Any advance then? It's the maiden bid online. At £100 then. I sell at 100. All done at 100. £100 is buy at 560. Lot number 227. Similar lot again then. Start me at £100 then, please. £100 then, please. 100 is bid. Thank you. Online at 100 then. Looking for 110, please. At £100 then. Any advance then? At £100. I'm selling then at £100. All done at 100. 100. 560. Lot 228. Sarah Ferguson there. Sean Ferguson, sorry. And I bid. Not Sarah Ferguson. Is it? Good, isn't it? And I bid £280 at 280. At 280 then. At £280, £300. Commission is out at 300 then. Online 300. At 300 on Serum. 340 now. We've jumped a bid. 360. Thank you. At 360. 380 bid. 380. 380. At 380. At 380. At 380. All done at 380 then.
400.
£400 on Serum now. £400 Serum. At £400 then on Serum. 400. 420 now. At 420. At 420. 440 Serum bidding now. 440. At 440. Are you coming back? 460, at 460, at 480, thank you, 480, at 480 then, £500 then,
550.
550 against you then, at 550, Easy Life is against you, at 550, £600 then, at 600, at 600, at
650.
650 now, at 650, at 650. At 650. Any advance then? Easy Live, you coming back? Last chance. At £650, I'm selling to Sarah at 700, just in time. At 700. At 700 then. At £700 then. Are we all done at 700? Are you coming back, Willie?
750.
750 now. 750 on Sarah now. At 750. At 750. All done at £750 then. Sarah now. At £750. Last chance, Easy Live. I'm calling it now at 750. 800 just in time. At 800. At 800. They're coming back, Sarah. Sarah, are you coming back? At £800 then. Last chance. 850 now. Easy Live, you coming back? For £900. 850 on the Sarah at 850. Last chance, Easy Live now. I will sell at 850. 850 is buyer.
SR 100,000.
It's CT.
5 zeros,
One, two, three,
Yeah.
four, five zeros.
Yeah, we've worked that one out.
Yep.
1,000.
Just bear with me one moment, please. I'm just putting some commission bids on for a client, so bear with me. It's quite a few, so it's gonna a few moments. Okay, we're moving on now. Ready, Willie? Lot 229 now, the oil on board still live there, and I bid slightly below estimate at £60. Looking for 5 now, please, at £60. With me on commission at £60. It's a commission bid of 60, that's £60. Any advance then at £60. Made a bid with me on commission at 60 then. £60 is buyer 8627. On number 230, Jerry Gibbons there, and £10 please. £10, sorry, £10 is bid, thank you, at £10 is bid, at £10, and at 10, any advance then at £10, at 10, 12 is bid now, 12 bid, £15 is bid, at 15 then, at 15, line Regis there, 15 and 18 now. 20, thank you, at £20 then at 20, at £20 then 22 then 22, 25 then 25, at 25 then at 25, at 25, 28, 28 then, at 28 then, at 28, at 28, at £28, 28, at 28, all done at £28 then 30, £30 then at 30, at £30 then at 30, at £30 then, all done at £30 then, selling to the sale room bidder at £30, okay, £30,
SR 1048495.
lovely, thank you William. Lot number 231 now, and I bid £80. With me on it at £80 and 5. Commission is out already. I've got you've got 85 on Sarah. 95 I've got here now. 100 I've got now with me at 100. 110 now on Sarah. 110 at 120 against you now, Will. At 120. At 120. £120 then at 120. At 120. At 120 then at 120. Any advance then at £120 then. I'm selling then, Easy Live then, at 120, all done, and selling at 120 on Easy Live. 120 is 668. Lot number 232, supper time, £40 is bid, then at £40, at £40, then at 40, any advance at 40, at £40, then at 40, at £40, then at 40, any advance then at 40, 42 then is bid, at 42, at 42, at £42, at 42. All done then, at £42 then, fair warning is selling at 42, 42 is buyer 575. Lot number 233, the silhouettes there, other items, £10 start me please, £10 then please, £10 then, any interest at 10? £10 is bid then online at 10, 12 in the room now, bid in the room at 12, at £12, in the room at 12 then. Any advance then, selling second row then, in the room 15 against you now, 15 against you, selling at 15 online at 15. £15 is buyer 679. Lot number 234 now, Norman Kirkham there. Start me £150 please. £150 then please. 150 then. £100 then please. Any interest at 100? Any interest at 100 then? No, I'm going to pass this lot. That's unsold. Lot number 235.
10.
£10 is bid. Then I've got 10 already with it on Easy Life. Sorry, William.
12,
12 on, 15,
18,
20,
22,
25.
28.
You've got it at 28 on the Sarah, 30 at the back, 30 in the room at £30, 32 against you, sir, 35 now in the room at 35, 38 against you, sir, £40 now, 42, £42 then on Sarah at 42 then, at £42 then, 45 now on Easy Life then, 48 bid, 48 then, at £48 then, at 48, any advance then, at £48 then, selling 50 is bid, 50 bid then, 55 now, 55, at 55, on the Sarah at 55, any advance then at £55, we all done at 55, 60's bid now, at £60, sorry, 65, thank you, 65 then, 65 on the Sarah at 65 then, all done at 60, sorry, 65 then, selling at 65, 65 is buyer,
SR 989621.
lovely, thank you. Lot number 236, Yamari plates then. Start with £50 then please, £50 then, 45 then please, any interest at 45? Any interest at 45, I'll pass this lot, if not. It's got to be 45 please, for the collection. Nope, that's unsold. The 237, the vases then, and 190 is bid, £190 at 190 then. At 190, at £190 then, at 190. Any advance at £190 then, at 190. Selling online, it's made a bid online at £190. 190 is buyer 569. Lot number 238, the watercolours then, start at £50 then please. £50 then please. 40 bid, yep, 40 I'll take, thank you, £40 then. 42 against you now, 42 against you. At 45 then, at 45 then, at £45, at 45 then, at 45 then. Selling at £45 then, on the sale room, at 45 we sell. 45.
SR 81203.
81203, lovely, thank you. 239 then, £10 is bid then at 10. Any advance at £10 then? £10 then. For Chinese dishes there, £10. Any further interest then at £10? No, I'm going to sell those. 15 then is bid. 15 then. Online at £15 then at 15. At 15 then. At 15. Any advance at £15 then? I'm selling at 15 all done on 20's bid. Thank you. At 15. Just in time there, Easy Live at £15. At 15 all done. And 20's bid. Thank you. 20. Both sold at 20. £20. Like you related. £20 then. At 20 then. I'm selling at £20. Last chance at 20. £20 is buyer 583. Not 240 now, the jade figure there. £40 then please. £40 then please. Any interest? I can't go low, it's got to be 40. Any interest, otherwise I'll pass. It's got to be 40 please.
Okay.
Do you want it at 40? Okay, £40 in the room, 40. 42 now, just in time, 42. Selling then, online at 45 then. At 45 in the room, I've taken 45. In the room at 45 now. At £45, 48, 50's bid now, 50 bid. At 50, thank you though, £50, online at £50 then. At 50, I'm selling then at £50, all done at 50. £50 is buyer 575. Lot number 241, £38 is bid. At £38 then, at 38. Any advance then at £38. At 38 then, selling then, online, made a bid at 38 then. 40, just in time at £40 then, at 40, at £40 then, at 40, all done at £40 then, selling at 40, 2 bid, 42, last chance then, at £42 we sell. 42 is buyer 575. Lot number 242, the opera glass is there, £110 is bid, 110, at 110, 120's bid then, 120, looking for 130 then, at 120, sale and bidding now, 120 then, all done at £120 then, fair warning and selling at 120, 120,
SR 1587692.
lovely, thank you, 243, memorabilia there, Queen Elizabeth II there, after the Falklands War then, £10 for the collection of please, £10 then please, £10 then, any interest? £10 it's got to be 10, otherwise I'll pass it. Any interest? £10 is bid then. Online we sell at £10. £10 is via 625. 144. Lot number 244, and I bid £150 then at 150, at £150 then, at 150, at £150 then, at 150. Any advance then? At £150 then. All done at £150. I'm selling online at 150. 150 is by 597. Lot number 245, the barometer there. Starting at £80 then please, £80 then please, £70 then please. Can't go lower than 70, it's got to be 70. Any interest then? Nope, we're going to have to pass that one at 70. Unsold. Lot number 246, the World War II marching compass there. £10 please, send for the compass. £10 second row, thank you. £10 is bid. 12 against you already at 12. Would you like 15? 15 I've got. 18 I've got now. 18. 18 I've got at 18. 22 now I've got. 22. At £22 then. Online at 22. 25 bid. 25 now. 25. Online at 25 then. Any advance then? At £25. I'm selling at £25. All done at 25. 8 bid. 28 then. At 28. Any advance then at 28. Selling then at £28. £28 is by at 575. Lot number 247, £40 is bid. I've got 42 here, 5 bid with me, 45, 48, 50 with me. My bid is £50 then. At 55 then. Commission is out, £55, 65, 60 online now, 60 bid online. On the Sarah at 60, £60 then. On the Sarah at £60 then. At £60 then, at 60. Any advance then at 60. At 65 then, in the room at 65. Got your bids 70 now, on Sarah then at 70. Would you like to bid 75 then, in the room at 75 then, at 75 then, at 75. Any advance then, Will? At £75, I'm selling in the room at 75. Yours, sir, £75, 194 is the buyer for £75. Thank you. Lot number 248 then, the army boots there, £10, start me please. £10 then please for the army boots there. £10 then, any interest, otherwise I'm going to pass these. £10 please. Unsold. Lot number 249, £38 with bid at £38 then. At £38, at 38. Any advance then at 38, 42 bid at 42 then, at 42, 5 bid, 55 bid is bid, 55, £260. At £260 is bid, 260, at 260 on the serum at 260, at 260, at 260, at 260 then, at 260. Any advance then? You put the estimate on that one. Gordon? 260 at 260. All done. Then I'm selling at 260.
300. 300. That's full hammer.
300 then. On the sale at 300 then. At 300 then. At 300. At £300 then. At 300. Last chance then. At £300, Sarah, are you bidding any longer? At £300 I sell. £300.
SR 1204117.
4117.
Correct.
Lovely, thank you. 250, 10, 15 is bid, 20 the bid, 5 bid, 30 bid, £30, 2 bid, 32, £32 then at 32, at 32 then at £32 then at 32, at £32. We all, any advance then at 32, at 32. We all done? At £32 then. Fair warning then, I sell at £32. £32 is buy at 624. Lot number 251, the compass there, and I bid with me at £40 then, at £40 2 bid, £42, looking for 5 now, 42 with me at 42, it's with me at 42, looking for 5 please, at £42. Any further interest then? This one will remain with me then at £42. That's unsold, that lot. We move swiftly on to lot number 252. £22 is bid at 22 then. At £22 at 22. Any advance then? At 200 at 22 then. At 22. Any advance? At 22. £22 is buy at 590. Lot number 253, the shot flask, other items in the lot there. £10 is bid at 10 then. At 10, 12. At £12 is bid. At 12 then. At £12 then is bid. The commission bid is out online at 12 then. On the serum we sell at £12. All done at 12. £12.
SR 768436.
Thank you. Oh. Lot 254, got a very unusual bid here of £8. I'm looking for 10. at £10 at the back, at £10 at the back at 10. 12 is against you now, sir. 12, 15 in the room now, 15, 18, 20's bid now, 20 bid. Would you like 2? 22 at the back, at 22 in the room, it's with you now, at 22, 25 against you, 25, 28 then, 28, 28, 30, 32. At £32 then, at 32 then, at £32, right at the back then, at 32, 35. 38 then, 38, just in time at 38, at 38, coming back, at 38 then I'm selling at 38, £38 is buyer 150, lot number 255, flag there, 150 is bid now, 150 then, at 150 then, at 150, any advance then at £150 then, 160, thank you, 170 is bid now, 170,
180.
180, 190,
200.
200, 220,
240.
260,
280.
300,
320.
340, 340,
360.
360 on the serum at 360,
400.
£400 now, £400 now, 420, at 420, at £420 then, at 420. Any advance then, William? At £420 then, serum, I'm selling
440.
440, thank you. At 440. At 440, you doing it on purpose? At 440. At £440 then, I'm selling on serum at 440.
SR 574733.
Lot number 256 then. Start me £150 please.
120.
120's bid, thank you. 120 then. At 120. At 120 then. At £120 then. At 120. At 120. Looking for 130 now please. Any further interest then? At 120 then. At 120. At 120. I will sell at 120. All done. At £120 Sellington Serum. 120.
SR 574733.
Lot 257 and £160 is bid at 160 then. At 160 for the Vulcan items there. At £160. At 160. Any further interest then? At 160. At 160. At £160 then. All done then. I'm selling then. Made a bid online at 160. 160 is buyer 590. Lot number 258. The medals there. Replicas. £10 is bid. 10, 12, 15 bid. At 15 now. 18, 20's bid. 2, 5. 30's bid. 35 now. 40's bid. 45. At £45, 50 the bid, at 50, 60's bid, 5 bid, 65 bid, at 65 then, at 65, at any advance then at 65, at £65, all done at 65 then, fair warning at 65, 65 is by 624, lot number 259 then, £20 is starting a bid, £20 then, looking for 2 now, £20 then, any advance then, £20 then, at 20, looking for 2 then, it's made a bid then, I'm selling then, at £20, all done at 20, £20 is by 583, lot number 260 now, the military buttons and badges there, £20 is bidding then, 22 now, 22 then, at 22, any advance then at £22 then, at 22 then, all done at 25 bid, 25 then, 28 bid, 28 then, any advance then at £28 then, at 28, at 28, 30 bid, 30 bid, 32, £32, at 32 then, at 32 then, at 32, any advance at £32, I'm selling then at £32, £32, 624, 261, the chip spell there, stop me £200,
340.
340, perfect Willie. £340 then, at 340 then, at 340 then, at £340 then, on serum now at 340, any advance then at 340 Willie, at £340 then, I'm selling to the serum at 340, 340,
SR 178 3471.
lot number 262, military interest items there, start me £10 the collection please.
75.
75 bid, thank you. 75 looking for 80 now. 80 in the room, thank you, sir. Got your bid in the room at 80. At £80 is bid, at 80, looking for 5. They're coming back, Willie. At £80 then, I'm selling second row in the room at £80. 249 is the buyer for £80. Lot number 263, £10 is bid then at 10, looking for 12 now, please. Replica swords there. At £10 then, at 10, at 10, at £10. Any advance then? It's a made a bid of £10. I will sell then at £10. All done at 10. £10 is by 576. Lot number 264, the replica colt there, £10 is bid then, 10, 12, thank you, at £12 then on the serum, 15 a bid now, Will. 18 now, at 18, thank you, at 18, 20's against you now. 22, thank you, at 22 then, at 25 then, 28, thank you, 30, 32, 35, 38 now, 38 I've got, at 38 Will. Are they bidding any longer? At £38 then. On Easy Live Auctions then. Last chance serum at 38, I'm selling at 38. £38 is 576. Lot number 265, £10 is bid then. How much? 18, thank you, at £18 then, at 18. 20 I've got already, at 22, thank you, 25 bid, 25, 28, 30's bid, at £30 then, at £30, at 30, at £30, at 30, at £30. Any advance then, at £30. I'm selling them online, Easy Live Auctions at 30. £30 is 565. Lot number 266 is withdrawn. Therefore, we move on to 267, which is also withdrawn. So we move on very swiftly to lot 268, and I bid to £28.
280.
£280 then. 280. Type that one in, Jimbo.
340.
340. 340 now, £340 then, at 340 then, at 340, at 340, at 340 then, on the serum at 340, any advance, £340 then, I'm selling on serum at 340, 340,
SR 158 8546.
8546, lovely, thank you. Lot number 269, £700 is bid, the civil work interest there. 1500 is bid, £1,500 then, on serum at 1500. Good, isn't it, Will? £1,600 is bid, Will. At £1,700 now. 1,700. You're coming back easy like. At 1,700, £1,800 is bid. 1,800 at £1,800. At £1,800 there. Looking for 1,900, please. £1,900. Sarah Bing, let's make it 2,000, please. At 1,900, easy live. Are you coming back? At £2,000 is bid. At 2,000. At £2,000 then. At 2,000. At £2,000. Any advance then? £2,000. At £2,000. At £2,000 then I'm selling easy live. Last chance sale room at £2,000. All done at 2,100. 2,100 then. At 2,100. At 2,100. Easy live. Are you coming back? I'll offer you the same, the £100 extra. At £2,100 then I'm selling to the sale room at 2,100. Last chance easy live at 2,100. 2,100.
SR 137174.
Lovely, thank you very much. Lot 270 now, and £120 is bid. At 120 then, at 130, thank you, 130 now. At 130 then, at 130, at 130 then, 150 now, 150 on the sale room. At 150 then, at 150, 170, thank you, at 100, 180 bid, 180, 200 then, at 220, thank you, 220, 260, thank you, 280 now, 280 on the sale room, 320, they're really pushing on that, 340, all on the sale room, at £340 then, at 340, any advance at 340 then, at £340 then, at 340 then, at 340 then, 360, thank you, 380, 400 £420, 420, 440, 460, 480 now, 500 then, 550 now, 600, £600. Good, isn't it good? 600. At £600 then. 600. At £600. All on the sale room. At £600 I will sell. Your last chance sale room at £600 I sell. £600.
SR 137174.
Lovely. Thank you, William. Thank you online. Okay, we move on now to lot 271. Cairn collection postcards, railway station, other local bus tickets in the lot there. Starting £10 for them all, please. £10, please. Any interest? £10. They're worth £10, surely. £10 is bid, thank you, at £10 then. At £10 then, at 10. Any advance then at 10 then. I sell at £10 then, all done, and selling at 10. £10 is buyer 604. Lot number 272, the vintage postcards there of the Dash Hounds there. All Dash Hounds, £50 then please. If you like Dash Hound postcards, now is your opportunity. It's a very, very rare opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to have your complete collection all done today, and you don't need to look at them again. £20 then? 10? No, I'm going to pass that lot then. That's unsold. Was that a bid?
I bid them.
Did
Yeah,
you?
20. Yes.
20, perfect.
Yeah.
Do you want to sell that at 20 then?
Yeah, I can sell it for 20.
20, perfect, thank you.
It's
646.
646.
Lovely. Thank you very much, James. We move on now to lot number 273, stamps. Various items there. £50 start me then. £10 then please. 10. £10 for the collection then. Various stamps there. First day covers, stamps. £10 is bid then, online at 10. At 10, looking for 12 now please. At £12 then, looking for 12. At £10 then, it's the maiden bid. I will sell at £10. £10 is by £5.99. Lot number 274, various stamps then again. Start me at £10 for them all please. How much? £40 then please, thank you, is bid. At £40 then, at £40 then. Penny blacks in there and reds then. £40 is bid, 2 against you will. 45, 45 now, 45. At 45, 48 bid, 48 bid. 50, thank you, £50 then, at £50 then, at 50, at £50 then. Any advance, easy live, at £50 we sell £50.
SR 893840.
Lot number 275, the page 3 sun calendars there. £10 is bid then, at £10 then, at £10. At 10, any advance then at £10? Any interested parties? Don't be afraid. Any interested? I'm going to sell. It's the maiden bid then, online at £10, all done, and selling at 10. £10 is 571. Lot number 276, £15 is bid.
18.
18, thank you. At 18, 20 is bid then. At 20, 22, 25,
28.
to 30.
2.
£32 is bid then at £32, 32. Any advance then at 32? I'm selling then 35 in the room. I've got 35 in the room.
38.
I've got 38 here.
40.
40 now. I've got 40. In the room is 40, 42. 42. Short. 42, come a long way. 42, 42. Selling then online at 42. 42 is buyer 683. Lot number 277. And I'm bid £80 at £80. Looking for 5, please. At £80 then at 80. 5 bid, 85 now at 85. At 85 then at £85 at 85. Any advance then at 80? 90 I've got, would you like 5? 95 is in the room at 95. £100 now, online at 100. At 100, at 100 then. Any advance? 110 on sale now. 120 I've got on Easy Live. 120, Easy Live. At 120 on Easy Live then at 120. 130. 130, 140 now, Easy Live then at 140, at 140, any advance? 150, thank you, at 150, at 150, 160 for the play wall now, at 160, at 160,
170.
170, 170, 180 now, 180, 180, £180, 190, at 190, at 190, we all done at 190 then. I'm selling at £190 to the Sarah bidder at £190. Your last chance is coming at 190. 190.
SR 1641952.
Lovely. Thank you, Willie. Thank you, Sarah. 278. Dinky choice there. £65 is bid.
70.
70. 5.
80.
80. 80 on the Sarah. 85 in the room. 85 I've got in the room. Looking for 90 now, please. £85 then, 90 against you. 95 back in the room at 95. Standing in the room at 95 then. At 95 then. Any further interest then? I will sell at £95 then. All done. Good luck that at 95. 95 is buyer 146. Thank you. 279, miscellaneous toys, £10 is bid then. At
90.
10. How much?
90.
£90. 90.
And 5.
95.
100.
100. 100 pounds.
120.
120 now. 120.
140.
140. 140.
150.
150. 160 now with me. Easy live at 160.
170.
170. 180.
190.
190. £200 now.
220.
220. At 220 then, on sale at 220. Any left then? At £220 then. I'm selling them at 220 on sale room. 220.
SR 1641952.
Lovely, thank you. Okay. Lot 280, Mammoth, £32 is bid, at 32 then, at £32, 5, 8 bid, 38 then, 40, 42 now, 45, 48, 55, 55 bid, at 55 then, at 55, at £55 then, at 55, at 55, any advance then at 55, are we all done at 55 then? Fair warning then, I'm selling at £55, all done at 55, 55 is buy at 558. Lot number 281, £100 start me for the pedal car please, £100 then, 90 then, any interest at 90, £90 then please, any interest, I can't go low, it's got to be 90 please, I'm going to pass this lot, £90 is bid, online at 90, at £90 then at 90, selling then at £90, online at 90, £90 is buy at 631. Lot number 282 and 38.40 I've got with me. £40 with me at 42, 45 with me, 45.50 with me. My bid at £50 then at £50 on commission at 50. Commission bid is 50. Any advance at 55 now? Commission is out at 55 then. Online we sell at 60's bid now. £60 then at 60. At £60 then at 65 bid at 65. At 65 then, all done at 65. Selling 70's bid now. £70 then at bid at 70. At £70 then at 70. At 75. At 75 then. At 75 then at £75. Are we all done at 75? I'm selling at £75. 75 is buy at 582. We move along to lot 283 and £70 is bid at £70 then. Looking for 5 please at £70. At 70, any advance then at 70. Made a bid then, £80 is bid at 80. At £80 then at 80. At £80 then at 80. At £80 at 90 bid. At 90 bid at 90. Any advance then at 90. All done and selling at £90. 100 just in time at 100. At 100 then, at 100 then, at 100 then. Any advance then, I'm selling at £100. 100 is buy at 517. 284, £40 is bid, looking for 2 now, £40 then, at £40, any advance at £40 then, at £40 of the cars there, at £40. All done, it's the made a bid, 42 in the room now, 42 in the room, at 45 against you sir, £45 then, online at 45, 50 the bid now, 55 bid, 55, 60 the bid, £60 then, 65 bid, at 65 then, at 70 bid then, at 75 bid, 75 then, at 75, 80 bid now, at 80 pounds then, at 80, at £80 at 80, at £80 then, all done at £80 then, £80, selling at 80, £80 is buy at 635, lot number 285 then, the one ball set, and I've got a commission bid here starting below estimate at £30 then, at 30, looking for 2, at £30 then, with me on commission at 30, at looking for 2, at 30 bid, it's a maiden bid with me on commission then, I'm selling at 32, commission is out, at 32, on the sale room we sell at 32, 32 is buyer,
SR 1773942.
thank you, lot number 286, Corgi there, start me at £50 then please, £50 then please, 20 then please, 20 £20 then please, 20 I've got, would you like 2? 22 bid, 22, 25, 28, £28 yours, sir, at 28 then. Standing at £28. In the corner at 28, I sell at £28. 138 for £28. Lot number 287, Civil War related toys there. £40 is bid at £40 then, at £40. Any advance then, 42 then, in the room at 42. 48 against you now, 50 bid, in the room at £50 then, at 55. 60 now, £60, in the room at 60, at 65. 70 now, £70 in the room at 70. 75. 75 then, 80 in the room now, £80 in the room at 80. At £80, 5 bid, 85, at 85, at 85. At 85, 90 in the room now, £90 in the room at 90, at £90 at 95, 95, no, at 95 then, I'm selling online at 95, 100, just in time, Will, at 100, on sale at 110 now, 110 on Easy Live at 110, on Easy Live Auctions at 110, 120, thank you, 130 then, £130 then at 130, 140, thank you, £140 at 150, it's against you, Will. It's against the sale. 160 sale room now at 160, 170 bid, 170 at 170, 180 bid, 180, 180, 180 at 180, at 180, 190's bid, 190 at £200. Is there any interest from the room? At £200 then, at 200 then, at 200, at £200, at 200 on the sale room. Are you coming back Easy Live? Your last chance is coming, please. £200 I sell to the sale room. £200.
SR 1641952.
Thank you. 288. Template model of a climbing monkey there. £50 please. £50 then please. £30 then please. £30 then please. 20's bid, thank you, £20 in the room at 20 then, at £20 in the room, made a bid of 20 in the room, 22 at the back, in the room at 22, against you, 25, 28, 28, against you sir, 28, 28, 28, at the back at 28, I'm selling then at £28, £28 is buy at 208. Lot number 289, the Magic Lantern glass slides there, starting at £10 then please. £10 then please, Magic Lantern slides, £10. Any interest? £10 then please. I'll pass those by if no interest. That's unsold. We move on now to lot 290, Punch and Judy there, £50 is bid, at £50, straight in online at £50, at 50. We're looking, 55, thank you, 55, 60. 65, 70. 75, 80. 85. 95 now. 95 on the sale at 95 then. At 95. 110. 110. At 110 then on sale at 100. 120. Thank you. 120. At 120. At 120 then. At 120. At 120 then. Are we all done at 120 then? Fair warning then. At 120. 120.
SR 784597.
Thank you. Okay, we move on to lot 291, and I'm up to £130 at 130 then. At 130, looking for 140 please. 140 bid, 150 bid. 160, 170. 180. 180 on the sale now, 180. 180, £180 then, all done at 180 then. Fair warning and selling then, £180 then. All done at £180 we sell. 180.
SR 1641952.
Lovely, thank you very much. 292 now. The Merrythorpe Bears there, stop at £100 then please. £100 then. £50 then please. All with the tax then.
40.
It's got to be 50. £50 is bid. £50 then. At £50 then. At £50 in the room at £50 then. Made a bid in the room at £50. All done and selling at 55 just in time at 55. Would you like 60? That's worth it, isn't it? Good old internet. £60 at £60. At £60 in the room at 60. At £60 then. Selling in the room at £60 then. All done at £60 I sell. 60 is 249. Thank you. Lot number 293. Stife Danbury Mint there. £60 then please. £60 then. £30 then please. £30 then. £30 is bid in the room. I've taken 30 in the room. They're looking for 2 online please. 32 online against you now. 32 online. 35 in the room at 35, 38 against you now, 38 against you, 38, 40 in the room now, 40's bid in the room at £40, 42 against you, 42, at 42, 45 at 45 then, which £45 set, 48 £48 we sell at 48 is 674. Lot number 294, £10 bid, then at 10 for that collection of toys, looking for 12 now please, at £10, a maiden bid then, at £10 then, all done, at £10, 12 at the back, £12, £15 now online at 15, £18 then, at 18, right at the back at 18, I'm selling then, at 18, 20 against you now, 22 then, in the room at 22, at 22 then, at 22, 25, 28 then, 28, 30 £30 at 32 now, 32 at 32, 35, 38 then, 40 £40 then. Online I'm selling at 40, 42, just in time at 42, You coming back online? At 42 then, worth that extra big at 42. He's on the hammer, sorry, 45, I've got to take 45, 48 bid in the room at 48, last chance at 48 is by 208, thank you. Lot number 295, Mammon, £85 is bid, I've got 90 here on commission, £90, fine, £100, 100,
110.
110, 120 with me on commission at 120. 130, commission is out. 130 online at 130, at 130 on Easy Live Auctions at £130, at 130. Any left then, Willie? At £130, I sell at 130. 130 is 558. Lot number 296, and I'm bid 80, 100, 110 with me, 110 with me, 110, 120, 130 with me. 150, it's my bid, my commission bid is 150. My bid 150. Commission bid 160. Commission is out at 160 online, at 160. £160 then at 160. Any further interest then? Selling at 160. 160 is 558. Ali, could you have some more water, please? Cheers, thank you very much. Okay, lot 297. We're already off and away, and we're up to £200 at 200, 220, 240, Willie. It's against you at £240, and on Easy Live Auction at 240. Are they coming anymore? £240, 260's bid on Easy Live now at £260 on Easy Live Auctions at 260. Selling then at £260. I'm selling at 280 bid, 280. So rare model this one, and in very good condition as well. At £280 then. Fair warning then, I'm selling at £280. 280 is by at 558. Lot number 298 then. £18 is bid, 22 bid, 22, 5, 8, 32, 30, how much? 190, 190, at 190, at 190, at 190, at 190, at 190. Are they bidding on the telephone? They've left already. He's hung up. At 190 on the sell room, at 190, at 190, at 190. Selling then, sell room bidding at 190, 190.
SR 1708786.
Lot number 299, Hornbeak double O gauge, £55 is bid at 55, then at 55, at 65 bid now, at 65, 70's bid now, £70, then at 70, at £70, any advance at 70, at £70, then we all done at 70, all done at 5 bid, £75, at 75 bid, 80 the bid, 80 bid, then at 80 bid, at 80, selling at £80, all done at 80, no. £80 is 683. Lot number 300 then. £10 is bid then at 10. Look, 12 bid, 12, 15 a bid, 18 bid at 18 now. At 18 and 20's bid then at 22. At 22, 5 the bid, 25, 28 then. At 28 then at 30's bid. At 32 then at 32 bid, at £32 at 32. At 32 then. At 32 then. At £32. All done selling then. At £32 then and selling at 32. 32 is 558. They go fast, they go. 301 now. British Airways there. Memorabilia, Concorde, all seen it, I'm sure. Silver photograph frames. Lovely little lot this. £40 start me please.
200.
£200, that's the way to do it. Go the other way if you want. At £200 is bid on the sale room at £200. 200, looking for 220 please. It's the main bid at £200 on the sale room. I'm selling, all done, and selling at £200. £200.
SR 1423072.
3072. Lovely, thank you, Willie. 302 now, Concord paperwork folders there. £10 please. 10 is bid then at 10. At 10 then at £10. Any advance then at £10. It's the main bid on the sale room at 10. Any further interest then, I'm selling at £10. £10.
SR 1423072.
Lovely, thank you, William. We move on swiftly to lot number 303. The Spirit of Ecstasy. You know all about that now, don't you, Ali? The Spirit of Ecstasy there. 22 bid, 22 bid, 28 bid, 30 bid in the room at £30 then, £30, 32, 35, 38 bid, £40 now.
42.
42, 45,
48.
48, 50,
55.
55, 60,
65.
65, 70,
75.
75, 80,
85.
85, 90,
95.
95, 100,
110.
110,
20.
120. I've got 120 in the room. 120 in the room at £120 then, and selling at £120. We sell. 120 is 208. Lot number 304. Golf clubs there. Starting at £10 then, please. £10 then, please. Any interest at 10 then for the golf clubs, please. £10 then. I'll pass them. Any interest at 10. Not sold. Lot number 305, John Barnes, Liverpool FC. Any Liverpool fans in the room? No, none today. £40 then please. £40 then please. £40 then please. £30 then please. Any interest for John Barnes? No. That's unsold, that lot. We move along swiftly to 306, the snooker cues and stand. £50 please.
65.
65 is bid.
70.
70, thank you. £70 is bid. £70 then at 70. That's £70 then at £70. Any advance then at 70. At £70 then.
75.
75, thank you, William. 75 then.
80.
£80 then at 80. At £80 then. Any advance then, Will. At £80. On the sale at 80, I'm selling then. At £80, last chance coming. At £80, I sell. £80.
SR 414052.
Lovely, thank you. 307. Fishing reels there. And I bid £50. At £50 then. At 50. At £50 then. At 50. You alright, Will?
Yeah.
You alright?
Yeah. It's alright.
Say it out loud. Everyone can hear.
Just good reels.
Oh, yeah, they're lovely reels. Yeah, no, we like the reels. Oh, we like the reels. You've had long enough to look at them, sir. At £50 then, on commission at £50 then, at £50. Any advance then? It's with me. It's my commission bid at £50, and I'm selling at £50. £50 then. 212 is the buyer. 308. Good little football interest here. Lots of autographs in here as well. Start me at £80 then, please.
65.
65 is taken, thank you. 65 then. At £65 then. At 65. Any further interest then? At 65. At 65. Online on the sale room then at 65. I sell. Sale room bidder then at £65. Worth more than that easily. At 65 I will sell though. 65.
SR 616541.
Lovely, thank you. 309 Speedway. £100 bid then at £100 then.
300.
£300 then. At 300. At £300. Swindon Robbins there. And it's signed as well by the Swindon Robbins at £300 then. At Swindon Robbins at £300 then. At £300 then. At 300. At 300. At £300 then. On the sale room then, I'm selling at £300. There's no more interest. £300.
SR 107 1261.
11261.
1261.
Lovely, thank you very much, William. Lot 310, football programmes there, straight in at £260, at 260 then, at 260, Swindon interest again, at 260, at 260, any advance then, I'm selling on Easy Live then, at £260, all done, at 260. 260 is buyer 621. Lot number 311, football programme, Speedway, again then, start me at £50 please. £50 then. Stop at 20 then, please. 20, surely 20. 10 then for them, please. 10, any interest at 10? £10 is bid, lovely, online at 10. At £10 then, at 10. Any advance then at 10? Made a bid online, I will sell at £10. £10 is by 698. Lot number 312, similar again. Start at 10 then for these, please. £10, please. £10 is bid then, online at 10. Any advance at £10? Made a bid online then at £10. £10, same way as last, 698. Lot number 313, £40 is bid at £40 then. Any advance at 40 then? At £40 then. At £40. All done then. Oh, that's an unusual one. That's the 1965 World Cup winning pendant. I didn't know there was a World Cup then. Sorry?
42.
42, thank you. 42 then. At 42 then. At 42. At £42. At 42. There was a World Cup in 1965. I didn't know about that one. That's £42 then. Sell it at £42. £42, the sale room.
SR 134388.
Is that you, Will, that came up?
No.
Gordon must have been there then for that.
Year early.
Yeah, he was a year early. He was there. He was excited. 314 now, and £10 is bid straight in at 10. Online on Easy Live Auctions at 10. At 10. Any advance then at £10 then? Are we all done? And selling at 10. Oh, 15 bid. Thank you. 15.
18.
15, 18, 20's bid now. I've got 20 on Easy Live Auction.
22.
At 22, 5 bid. 25 against you, Willie. At 25, 28, 30 bid. At £30, 32, 35.
38.
38, 40 with me.
42.
42, 45.
48.
48, 50 with me. £50 on Easy Live at 50. Fair warning then, I'm selling at £50. We're done at 50. £50 is 508. Lot number 315, football programmes, £40 is bidding then. At £40 then at 40. Any advance at £40 then? 42 then. 45 I've got. 45 against you, Willie. At 45.
48.
48, 50 the bid. 50 at £50 then. At £50 at 50. At £50 then at 50. We all done at 50. Selling then at £50 then. Online on Easy Live at 50. £50, 508 the buyer. Similar again, and £200 is bid this time. £200 then. At 200 then. At £200. At 200. Any advance then at £200. I'm selling that online. So made a bid on Easy Live Auctions at £200. £200 is 621. Lot number 317. £60 is bid.
90.
60. Sorry.
90.
£90 is bid. 95 against you now.
110.
110. 120 I've got then. 120 with me at £120. Well,
130.
130, 140's bid. £140 now. 140 on Easy Live Auctions at 140. At £140 then. Selling at 140. All done at 140. 140 is 508. Lot 318 football programmes there. £40 is bid at £40 then. At £40. Any advance then at £40. Selling at 40. All done. 42, 45.
48.
48, 50.
55.
60.
65.
70.
75.
80.
85.
90.
95.
100.
110.
120.
130.
130. They're in at £130 then. Selling at 130 on the sale at 130. 130.
SR 134388.
Lovely, thank you. 319, £15 is bid at 15 then, at 15. But Iron Maiden there at £15. At 15. Any advance then at £15 then? All done at £15. Online it's made a bid of 15. £15 is 625. Lot number 320 then, the Pioneer deck, tape deck player and cassette player there. £10 then please.
10.
£10 is bid, thank you, at 10. Looking for 12 now, please. At £10 then, on the serum at 10. It's a made a bid at £10. We all done, and selling at 10. £10.
SR 892426.
Lovely, thank you very much. Substitutions being made.
Are we doing
Yeah.
Okay.
Could you take the sheet of illustrator, please?
And I need to remember that there was no
Okay.
restrictions.
Lot lot 321 now, and I'm up to £75 on Easy Live Auctions at 75. At 75 then, at 75. Any advance at 75? The amp there at 75, I sell. 75 is buy at 538. Lot number 322, Johnny Walker copper plate there. An unusual bid there of £8. At £8, looking for 10 then. At £8 then. At £8. Any advance then at £8 then. At 8. 10, 12 bid, 12 bid now at £12 then, at 12, any advance then, selling then at £12, all done at 12, £12 is 586, lot number 323 now, and £32 for the advertising figure there, at 32 looking for 5 now, at 32 then, 5 bid, 35, 38 bid, at £38 then, at 38, any advance then, selling at 38, 40 the bid, at £40 at bid, 2 bid, 42, 5 bid, 45, at 45 bid, at 45, all done, selling at 45, 45 is 540, lot 324, 18th century volumes and later there, £50 please, 40, thank you, on Sarah at £40 then, bid at £40 then, at £40 then, at 40, any advance 2 bid against you, at £42 then, on Easy Live then, at 42 then,
45.
at 45 then, at 45, at 45 then, at 45, 48 then, on Easy Live Auctions at £48, 50, thank you, 50 the bid, at £50 then, at 50, any advance at 50, selling to the sale room, at £50, all done, at 55 now, Easy Live at 55, at 55, 60, at £60 then, on sale room at £60, at £60, all done then, at £60, 65, just in time then, at 65 then, 70, thank you, at £70 then, at 70, all done at £70 then, fair warning and selling at 70, 75 then, just in time, at 75, 80 pounds then, £80, selling at 80, 80.
SR 94786.
786, lovely, thank you. 325, George Bernard Shaw. £10 is bid then, online looking for 12 now, please. At £12 then, at 10 then, sorry, at £10. Looking for 12, please. So made a bid online then, at £10. 12, thank you. At £12 then, looking for 15 then, at £12 then, at 12. Coming back, Easy Life, all done then, I'm selling at 12 on the sale room.
SR 94786.
Yep, okie dokie, 326 now, the scales there, £10 is bid then, at 10, any advance then at £10 on the scales there, at £10 then, at 10, at £10, any advance then, it's a made a bid, on Easy Live Auctions at £10 I sell, £10 is 584, lot number 327 then, the microscope there, £40 is bid then, at 40, looking for 2 now, at £40 bid, at £40, made a bid then, at £40 then, all done, and selling at £40, £40 is buy at 582, lot number 328, £18 is bid, I've got 20 here on commission, at £20 will be on commission, at £20, commission is out, £22 on Easy Live, at 22 then, any advance then at 22, 5 bid, 25 then, at 25 then, at 25, at £25, we all done at 25 then, selling then at £25, 25 is 596, lot number 329, the cannon there, and other bits, £50 please,
Or 40.
40's bid, thank you, £40 then, at £40 then, at £40, any advance then at £40 then, selling then, Sarah bidding now, and selling at £40, £40,
SR 250986.
lovely, thank you, 330 now, £18 is bid then, at 18 looking for 20 please, at 18 then, at £18 online at 18, at £18, then at 18, all done, it's made a bid online at £18, £18 is 519. Lovely, we move on now to lot number 331, and so wax seals there, £10 is bid online at 10, and you've got 10, 12, thank you, 15 is bid then, at £15, then at 15, at £18, at 18 I've got on here on Easy Live at 18,
22.
22 are up to on the serum, thank you, at 22 then, at 22, any advance then, coming back Easy Live, last chance, I'm selling on Easy Live at 22, sorry, serum at 22, 22 is
SR 94786.
lovely, 332, the gown there, Kimono there, £60 please. £60 then, 30 for it please, got to be 30, thank you, bidding the room at £30 then, at £30 then, at £30 then, at 30, at £30,
32.
32 now, 32. Would you like 35 in the room? 35, 35,
38.
38. Would you like 40? 40?
42.
42. 42 then. On the Sarah then, at 42 we sell. 42.
SR 1108354.
Lovely, thank you. 333, the rattling purses and other bits there. £10 is bid there at 10.
22.
22, thank you. At 22 on the Sarah, I'm at 22. 25, 28 I've got here. At 28 then. At £28 on Easy Live Auctions at 28. 30, thank you at 30 then. You coming back Easy Live at £30 then. At £30 then, all done. At £30, 32 then. At 32 then. At 32 then. At 32. Any advance then? Selling then at £32.
Oh, 35.
35, okay, I'll take that just in time. At 35, at 35. You're coming back Easy Live at £35 then, all done at 38 now. At 38 then, selling at 38 on Easy Live,
Oh, yeah, that's gone down. It's fine.
673. We move on now to lot 334, £10 is bid then, at £10 then, at £10 then, at 10, any
12.
advance then, 12, thank you, on Sarah at 12, at 12, 15 against you, at 15 against you, at 15, at
18.
18, thank you, 20 is against you, at £20 then, at 20,
22.
22, thank you, at 22, on Sarah at 22 then, at 22 then, at 22, any advance then, at 22, all done then, at 22 I sell, 22,
SR 560791.
Lot number 335, £65 is bid.
I've got 80.
80, thank you, at £80 then. On Sarah at £80 then, at 80. Any advance then at 80. At £80 then, at 80. All done then at £80 then. Selling then. On Sarah at £80. 80.
SR 1289463.
Lovely, thank you. 336 then. The shoulder bag there, £70 please. £70 then please. £30 for it please, Sam. Any interest at 30? You're going to pass this one, otherwise £30 is bid then at £30 then. At £30 then, at 30. Any advance then at £30 then, at 30. All done then at £30. £30 is 575. 337 is the Louis Vuitton shoulder bag there. £300 please.
I've got 240.
240 is bid, £240 then at 240, at 240, at 240, at 260 now is bid, 260, at 260, at 260. Then coming back at £260 then on Easy Live Auctions, at 260 then, I will sell at £260, we've done at 260. 260 is buyer 549, lot number 338. Tapestry there. £10 for that, please, then.
95.
£95 is bid. 95. 95. You see the shocked face at the back of the room. At 95. £100 is bid now. At 100 is bid. At 100 then. At 100.
110.
110 is bid. 110. At 110. At 110. At 110. Any advance then at 110? At 110. 120 is bid now. At 120. Are they coming back for 130, Kelly?
Yep.
They are. 130 is bid. You stand corrected, I'm being told. 140 is bid. At 140. At £140 then. At 140. 150 is bid. At 150. At 150. At 150. At 160. At 160. You interested, Claire?
170.
170. 170 on Sarah. 170. 180. 180 now. 180. 190 on the Sarah. 190. A very, very good lot at £190, £200. At £200 now, 200. At £200 then, at 200. Any advance then, Kelly? At £200 then, I'm selling to Easy Live Auctions at 200.
He's not going to let me forget it.
£200. 672. Lot 339 then. The sampler there, £10 is bid.
12.
12 bid, 12 bid, 15 bid, at 15 then, at 15, 18, 20's bid now.
22.
22, 25, 30,
32.
32, 32 pounds then, 35,
38.
38, 40,
42.
42, 45,
48.
48, 50 bid,
55.
60, 70,
Oh, here we go.
70,
75.
80,
85.
85, 85 pounds for the sampler, 90, 90,
95.
95, 95 pounds then, are we all done at 95? I sell at 95, 100 pounds bid now, 100 pounds,
110.
110, 110, at 110, 120,
130.
130, selling at 130 pounds then, to the sell room at 130,
SR 248252.
thank you. Okay, lot 340 then, whiskey, £10 is starting at 10, at £10. Any advance then for some whiskey at 10, 15 bid, at 15 then, at £15, at £20 is bid now, at 20, at £20 then, at 20. Any advance then, 22 then, at 22, at 22 then, for Welsh whiskey here. Is there any whiskey drinkers in the room? At 22 then, at 22 then, at £22 then, selling at 22, 22 is 687. Similar lot again then, starting at £10 then, at £10 then. 15 is bid, 20, £20, 22 now, 22 then, at 22. Any advance then, and selling at 22 then. 22 is buy at 687. Lot number 342 then. 10, 12 is bid now, 12 bid at 12, at 12. Any advance then, 15 bid, at 15, 18. 18 now, 20 bid now, 22 bid at 22. Any advance at 22 then, and selling at £22. £22 is buy 702. Different buyer this time, we've had enough of the whiskey. 343, £20 please, £20 then. 20, 10 then for it please. The others have just made 22. I can't get £10 for this lot. £10 then is bid. Thank you at 10 then. At £10, 12 is bid now, 12. 15 bid, 15, at 15, at £18, at 18, at 20, at £20. Bid it 22. Would you like 25, sir? 25 at the back. 25. £25 at the back of the room. At 25 then I'm selling at 25. 146 for £25. Similar lot again then. £20 start me then. £20 please. 20. Come on, the others have made that. £20 then. 20. £20 is bid, thank you, at £20 then. At £20, 22, at £20 then, 25 this time, at 25 then, at £25 then, at 25. Selling then, at £25. £25 is by 687. Lot number 345. £20 please.
I've got 10.
20, it's got to be 20.
No.
20. Come on, 20, it's got to be 20 please. £20 is bid then, at £20 then is bid. Looking for 2 now please, at £20 then. I'm selling at 20, all done, and selling at 22 now, just in time, £22, 25 bid, at 25 then, all done, and selling at 25. 25 is 687. Lot number 346. Final lot of the whiskey now. £20 then please. 20. £20 then please.
I've got 10. Oh,
20.
you've got 20.
20, thank you. 20 on Easy Live Auctions at
22.
22. 22 I've got, I'm afraid. 22. At £22 then. 25 then. 25 on the sale at 25. At 25 is the final lot. If you want to go that extra bid, now's your opportunity. £25 then I'm selling at 25. £25 is
SR 1698479.
Lovely, thank you. Lot 347, the port then, and I bid £20 on commission at £20 then for the port there at £20 then at 20. Any advance at 20 then. It's a maiden bid then on commission with me at 22, 25 now with me at 25 then, at 25, at 25 then, at 25 then, at 25 then, £28 bid at 28, 30 with me now, £30 with me at 30. 32 then. Commission is out then. Selling at £32, all done at 32. 32 is by 6.55. Lot 348, miniature whiskies there. £50 start me for the collection there. That's a lot of whiskey there for £50. £50. All that whiskey there for £50. Any whiskey drinkers in the room? I'll wait for a conversation to end if necessary. Any whiskey drinkers in the room? No, clearly not. I'll pass that lot. Lot number 349. Miniatures again then. Start me at £10 then, please. Make up a bottle of that. Hide the jungle juice. Get that for £10. Yeah. Pass that one.
That's what you students drink, isn't it?
Yeah. Whoever's birthday is next has that. They've got a drink all day. Okay, moving on now swiftly. 300, lot 350, a Chinese wool and silk room carpet there. Is there a telephone bidder anywhere? Oh, there he is, just at the back there. £80 is starting with me at £80.
85.
85 on sale room now. At 85 then, at 85. 90 here. 90 on Easy Life.
95.
95, 95, 95. 95, 100, 100. Got to be quicker, Gordy.
110.
110, 110, at 110, at 110 on Sarah at 110. 120 on Easy Life, sorry, I've got 120 on Easy Life. 130 on the Sarah room at 130. Sarah room bidding, quickly. 140, I've got 150, too late, at 150. At 160 on the telephone, they're in at 170. 170.
Yes, sir. 180.
190.
180, 190.
200.
£200.
220.
220.
240.
240.
260.
260.
280. 280, sir.
280 on the telephone.
300.
320. 320, sir.
320.
340.
360. Don't get the lady yet. 360, sir.
Not for me.
360, sir.
360.
380.
400, sir. 400, sir.
£400 now on the telephone.
420.
420.
440.
440.
440.
That's quite
440,
right. 440.
460.
I'm being told it's been worth it by a colleague of mine. Did we do a condition report for that one? We did, yeah.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, it's
480,
lovely.
sir.
480, thank you.
£500.
£500.
550. No more. No, we're out, sir.
You sure?
You sure?
You're going to let the lady win it?
You're going to let the lady win it?
At £500 then?
You're going to let the lady win it?
At £500,
Don't
it's
be
the last.
chivalrous, don't worry about me.
At £500 then, all done. On serum at 500 we sell. £500.
SR 151 5009.
Lovely, thank you. 351 then. Carpet again then. Start with £50 then please. £50 then please. £50 then please. £50 then. Any interest in 50? I'll pass this one if not. £50 then. You bidding, sir, at the back? You're saying it's worth it? Oh, it's not worth it. At £50 then. All done at 50. It's unsold. Lot number 352 now. Start me at £200 then please. £200 please. £200. Any interest? £200. No, I'm going to have to pass that lot as well. That's unsold. Lot number 353, the Afghan. Start me at £40 then, please. £40, please. £40, £20 then. 20. 20. Any interest at 20?
Who's bidding?
Is he? You bidding, sir? Are you bidding, sir, or not? Would you like £20 on this run? No? Okay. That's unsold. I'll be here a long time. Lot 354 now. Start with £70 then, please. £70 then, please. £30 then, please. £30 then, please. It's unsold. Lot number 355 then, £30 again, please. Any interest? No, going to pass that lot as well. Unsold. Lot number 356, Salvador Dali there. £80 is bid. £80 is bid. 90 bid now. 100 bid. 110, 120, 130. 130 then. 140, 150. Ali very kindly has got this out for some clients earlier, didn't you, Ali? Maybe it's them bidding online at 220 now, we're up to 220, 260. 260. It's worth getting out, wasn't it, Ali? 260, £300, 320. 360, 380, oh here we go, 420, at 420, at 420, 440, 460, 480, 500, £500, £500, £600 bid, £600, 650, 700, £700 then at 700. At £700 then at 700. Any advance then at £700 then at 700. Are we all done at 700 then? At £700, 750, 800. £800 now at 800. At £800 then at 800, 850 now, 900. Let's make it 950. £900 then, last chance. The gavel is raised at £900. I sell at £900. Easy live at 900. £900 is buy at 700. Lot number 357. The Axminster carpet there. Start me at £10 then, please.
I've got 40.
£40. Lovely. £40 is bid. Well done, Gordy. Very happy Gordy at the back. £40 then is bid. At £40 then at £40. At £40. At £40 then. Selling at 40 to Sarah bid at 40. £40.
SR 1603072.
Lovely. Lot 358 then. The anniversary clock there. £22 is bid. At £22. At 22. At £22 then at 22. At £22 at 22. Any advance then? Selling then online at £22. £22 is 583. Lot number 359 then, and £10 is bid at £10 then, online at 10. Any further interest there? At £10, the mantle clock at 10. We all done? 10, 12 bid now, 12 bid at 12. Any further interest then? And we sell at £12, £15 at 15, at 18 bid, at 18 then, at 18, at 18. Selling them at £18, we've done at 18. 18 is buyer 540, lot number 360, £15 is bid at 15 then, at 15, at 15, any advance then at £15, at £18, in the room at 18, at £18, at 18, at £18, all done, and selling at 18 in the room, at 20, just in time at 22, 22 in the room, at 22 in the room, at £22, in the room at 22, selling at 22, £22 is buyer 249. Lot number 2361. The secessionist clock there. Start me at £10 then, please. £10 then. 10 in the room. Thank you. At £10 in the room at 10. At £10 then. Are we all done at 10? At £10 then.
12.
12. Bid. 15 in the room. 15 back in the room at 15. At £15 in the room at 15. Any advance at 15? Selling
18.
your 18 just in time at 18. Would you like 20, sir? At 20, back of the room at £20, then at 20, at £20, then at 20, all done. Selling at 20, 20 is buy at 249. Lot number 362, clock there, the British United Clock Company there. £10 please for that. 10 online then at 10 on Serum at 10. Looking for 12 then please, at £10. It's a made a bid, 12 bid on Easy Live now at 12.
15.
At 15 bid, at 15 then, at £15 then, at 15, at 15 then, at 15. Selling at 15 on Serum at 15, £15.
SR 1063732.
Lot number 363 now. The clock's there, £50 is bid, £50 then is bid. Starting at 50 then, at 50, any advance then at 50. I'm selling 5 bid, 55 bid, at £55, at 55, at 55, any advance then. Selling at £55, all done at 5 and 5. 55 is buy 699. Lot number 364, £15 is bid at 15, looking for 18 now at 15 then, at 15, any advance then at 15. Made a bid then, online we're selling at £15. 15 is buyer 523. Lot 365. Moving on to the furniture now. The parlour sofa there, French one. Start me at £100 then, please. £100 then, please. £50 then, please. 50. £50 then, please. Any interest at 50? No, going to pass that lot at 50. All done then at 50. Unsold. We move on to 366 then. And I've got a telephone bid booked for this. Can't get an answer, sir. £80 then. Start me, please. 65 is bid at 65 then. It's 65 at £65. Looking for 70. I've got 70 already, too late, I'm afraid. £70, if they like 75.
75.
75 on the sale room now, looking for 80, please, Gordy. £80 at the back of the room, on the telephone with Gordon. 85. £90.
95.
95. 100 on the telephone. No, at £100 then, I'm selling on the telephone. 110 online now. 110 online. Would they like 120? 120, thank you, 120.
Willie.
At £120 then, on the telephone, 130 now. 140, thank you, 140. Easy Lively coming back. 150 now I've got. 160. 170. 180 on the telephone. You coming back Easy Life at £180 then, I'm selling 190.
200. Yes, please, 200.
200 on the telephone at 200. Looking for 220 now, please. At £200 then, I'm selling at 200. 200.
00069 sir. Yours at 200.
Lovely, thank you. We move on. Okay, thank you very much, William. Okay, no problem. Lot number 367 now. The Victorian pine, the wall cabinets there. Start me £40 then, please. £40, we've got 40? £40 then, please. Any interest at 40? 20 there for them, please. 20? 20 has bid then, online at £20 then at 20. Any advance then at £20 then at 20. Online at £20 then, have we all done at 20? Any advance then, all done and selling online at £20. £20 is buy at 615. Lot number 368. £40 is bid online at £40. 42, 45 against you at 45 then. 48, 50, 60 I've got now. £60 I've got. £60, it's still good value there at £60. At 670, 80 bid, 80, it's more like it. £100 now, 110. 110 at £110 then for a Victorian pine chest of drawers at 110. At 110, all done then, and selling at 100. 130, 130, 130 then at 130, at 130, all done at £130, all done and selling at 130. 130 is buyer 615. Lot number 369 now. Early IKEA here, 1970s, early enough anyway. Starting at £100 then, please.
I've got 80.
80, thank you very much. £80 then. Nice cabinet there at £80. At 80, looking for 5 then. 85 is bid, thank you at 85.
90.
90, thank you at 90. At £90 on the serum. Easy Life, 95. 95 against you. £100 at 100. At 100. At 100. Any advance then at 100. Selling then, serum 110. 110 now on Easy Live at 110. 120 then on serum. 120 serum then at 120. On serum at 120. All done then and selling at 120. 120.
SR 1552857.
Lot number 370, the banker's lamp there, and one other. Start me at £10 then, please. £10 then, please. £10 then. £10 is bid online at 10 then, at 10, 12 is bid, 12, 15 a bid, 15 then at 15, any advance then at £15 then. I'm selling at £15 then, online at 15, all done. £15 is 583. Lot number 371, the Macintosh there, Gordon Russell's there, £150 please.
I've got 120.
120, thank you, 120 then at 120, at 120. At 120 then, on sale at 120. Any advance there at 120 then. I'm selling then, made a bid then at 120. 120.
SR 155 2857.
Lovely, thank you. 372, the tool leather pedestal desk there. Start with £30 please. £30 then. Is it Youwood? Is that Youwood? Don't know. Yes, Youwood I think it is. £30 there please. 30. Doesn't matter anyway. £30. Unsold. Lot number 373, the ladder axe there, the unit £150 at 150 please.
160.
160, thank you, 160 on Sarah at 160, at 160, at 160, any advance there at 160 then, selling then on Sarah at £160, all done at 160, 160.
One came in as the hammer went down, so.
Okay, I'll open that back up. 160, 170 then on the
180.
180 on the Sarah. 180 on the Sarah. Easy Live, are you coming back? Last chance there at £180 down, selling to the Sarah at 180. Sarah at 180.
SR 384644.
Lovely, thank you. Lot 374 then, the tables there. Start me at £30 then please. £30 then please. £30, any interest at 30? £30 please, although I'll pass those. Any interest? Unsold. We move on to 375 then, £10 please.
Yep.
£10 is bid, thank you at 10. At £10 then, on sale at 10. Any advance then at £10? On sale 12 bid against you. At 12 bid, 15, 20 I've got now, 20 bid at £20 then, at 20, at 22 now, 22 on Sarah, at 22 then, at 22, at 22. Selling then, on Sarah at 22, all done at 22, 25, just in time at 25, at 25 then, at 25, 28 then, 28, at 28, at £28 then on Sarah. We're coming back Easy Live, last chance then, and selling at 28, 28.
SR 641143.
4-3, lovely, thank you. Lot 376, Chinese Dome, 2-door cabinet there, £20 please. £20 then please. 20, 10 then for it please. 10 in the back of the room. I've got 20 now online at 22 bid, 22 then, 22. Would you like 5? 25 in the room, 25 I've taken in the room. At 25 you're coming back Easy Live for 28. 25, 28 now, 28. 28 bid, 28, 30 bid now online at 30, at £30, at £30, at 30. Would you like 2? 32 in the room at 32, in the room at 32. Selling then in the room at 35, 35, at 35. Against you, sir, at 35. Last chance at 35. I'm selling on Easy Live. 35 is by 655. Lot number 377. Lined chest of drawers then. Oak. Start me at £80 then please.
65.
65, thank you, at 65, then at 65, at 65, at 65, at 65, at 65, at 65, selling at 65 then, on the sale room, good value then at 65 then, I will sell, 65, 65 is buyer.
SR 1864694.
Lovely, thank you Kelly, thank you Sarah room there, 378 then, pine wardrobe there, Arts and Crafts Star 1, £70, start me please. £70 then please. £70 then please. £40 then please. 40. £40
Yeah,
I've got online. I've
42.
got 40. I've got 42 then. 42 is bid then at 42. At 42.
Another
45. 45.
50.
50. You've got on the Sarah now. £50 on the Sarah at 55. £50 at £50. 5 the bid. 55 at £55 at 55. At 50. 60. Thank you on the Sarah at £60 on the Sarah at 60. At 60. 65 now at 65 at 65. 65, 70 now on the Sarah at 70 bid, at £70 at 70, at £70, 75 bid, 75 at 75, 80. Are they coming back please, Kelly? At 75 then, I'm selling then on Easy Live Auctions at 7 and 5, 75. 6, 9, 6. Yeah. 379. The chairs there, start me at £10 then please for those chairs there. 6 chairs for £10 then please. £10 please. £10. Any interest then? At £10 then with me at £10 then. With me then at £10. All done at £10. £10 then. And that is sold at £10. 380.
Oh no, £10, is it? 25. 25. CT 25.
Okay, we're moving on to lot 380. The G-plan corner cabinet there. Start me at £50 then please.
80.
£80 is bid, thank you at £80 then at 80, £80 then, 85 then, 85 then in the room at 85, 90, 95 then at 95, 100, 110, 110 at £110, 120 bid, 120 on the Sarah at 120, 120, Sarah bidding now, you bidding sir, you've waited all day for this one, at £120, you sure? 130's bid, 130 at 130, Sarah 140 at 140, thank you though, at 140 then I'm selling on Sarah, 140,
SR 155 2857.
2857, lovely. Lot 381, the furniture there, start me at £30 then please, £30 for the furniture there, 30, £30 then pound, £30 please, 10 for it all then, 10 for it all please, any interest? Any interest, otherwise I'll pass it. Not sold. Lot number 382 then. Start me at £100 then please. £100 please. 90 then for it please. Book stand there at 90. Any interest at 90? Any interest? No, we're going to pass that lot. That's unsold. Lot number 383, the G-plan with the glass insert there.
Got 10.
£10 on
20.
20, thank you. It's a nice little table that. £20 then. £20 is bid on sale at 20. At £20 then at 20. At £20 at 20. At £20. Are we all done at 20? Fair warning then at £20. £20.
SR 155 2857.
Lovely. 384. The G-plan tables there. £10 is bid then at 10. Any advance at 10?
80, 20, 20.
20. At 20, I'm afraid all the coins have gone, sir. £22 at 22 then, at 22 then, at £22 at 22 then, 25, 28 bid, £28 at 28 then, 32 bid, 32 at 32 on Easy Live, 35, 38 bid, 38 pounds on at 38, 40 bid, 40 I've got now, 40 I've got, is 40 with me?
45.
45, thank you on Sarah at 45. Sarah bidding at 4 and 5, 45. Selling at £45, all done at £45. Fair warning at 45. £45.
SR 155 2857.
Lovely. Lot 385. The G-plan there, £80 is bidding at £80 then.
85.
At 85, thank you at 85. 90 the bid, 90 with me. And £90, 55, 95, £100 with me. 100, £100, 110, 120. Nope, £120 then I'm selling then on Easy Live Auctions at 120, all done, in and out at 120. 120 is 553. Lot number 386 then. The account for chest there, £40 please. £40 worth that. £40 then. £10 there for it please. That's cheap at 10. No, oh, £10 I've got online at £10 then, at £10 then, at 10. Any advance then, I will sell at £10, all done at 12, 15 bid, at 15, at £18, at 18, at 18. Anyone that's got moths, please keep them away. It's true.
Good.
Yeah, it's a smell. At £18 then, all done, and selling at £18. £18, 604. Lot number 387. £10 then for the table then. £10 is bid, thank you at 10. Looking for 12 now, please. At £10 then at 10. Any advance then at 10. I'm selling then at £10 on sale at 12 bid, just in time at 12. The 15 have they got?
Yep.
£15 then on the serum at 15. At 15. Any advance then at £15. At 15, all done. And selling at £15. 15.
SR 162 4021.
Lovely, thank you. 388, similar lot again then. Start me at £10 then, please. £10 then, please.
Yep.
£10 is bid then. From a good local home, this one. £10 then. You got £10 on the sale room at £10. On the sale room at £10 then. Any advance then at £10. £10 then at 10. All done then. And selling sale room then at £10. £10.
SR 1624021.
Okay, we're moving on now to 389. The lectern there. Start with £40 then, please.
I've got 10.
£10 is bid there at £10 then. At £10 then. 12 is bid now. 12. At 12. At 12.
15.
15 is bid. Thank you. At 15. At £15 then. At 15. At £15 then. At 15. Any advance then at 15. All done and selling at £15 then. Fair warning and selling at Sarum at £15. £15.
SR 1624021.
Lovely, thank you. 390, the last of this collection. Starting at £10 then, please.
Yep.
£10. I've got £10 in the room. I'm looking for 12. 15 is bid. At £15 is bid now. 15 against you, madam. At 15. £18 in the room. Back of the room. Right at the very back at 18. 20 is bid against you, madam. At 20. 22 in the room now. 22 in the room. At 22. 5 bid. 25 against you. 8 bid. 28 now. 2 and 8. 28. 30 the bid. £30 then. Bid. 2 bid. 32. Right at the back of the room. At £32. 5 the bid. 35. £35. 38 bid. In the room. 38. Your bid, madam, at £38. At £40 on the serum. More internet, I'm afraid. At £40. 42 at the back. 42 at the back. At £42.
45.
45. 45. Would you like 48? 48 at the back. £48. 48. At 48. 50's bid. £50 on the internet. 55. At 55. Is that blasted internet again?
60.
60 bid. 60 the bid. At 6 and 0. 65 now. 65. At 65. Right at the back of the room.
70.
£70. 70. 70. At 7 and 0. 75 then. 75. At 75. It's from a good local home.
80.
£80 at 80. At 80. At 80. 85 now. 85. Right at the back. They're going to make it 90? £90 at 90. Would you like the 5? At £90, 5 bid. 95. Right at the back.
100.
£100 at 100 on the serum. At 100. You're out? You sure? At 100. Selling on the serum at 100 at £100 then. All done? At 100. 100.
SR 1624021.
Lovely, thank you.
Sorry.
Lot 391. The parlour chair there. Start me at £10 then,
Yeah.
please. It's very comfortable. I've been
Yeah.
sitting on that for a long number of days. 15, 18, £15. Do you like this one, Claire? 15?
I've got 18.
I've got 15. 15 here.
I've got 18.
Oh, you've got 18. That's the way to do it then. We're going the wrong way. 15, 18. 18 on the serum. At 20 I've got now. 20 bid. £20 then at 20. At £20. Serum bidding now at, Easy Live at 20. Any advance then? Selling then on serum at 22 now. Just in time. At 22. On the serum at 22. 25. 25. At 25 then at 25. All done at 25 then. Selling on Easy Live at 25. 25. 696. Lot number 392.
This was one of the round ones in the middle of nowhere.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Who's
This was put down as furniture.
Will Callum?
Yeah, well.
Oh, play someone else, play someone else. Couple of £100 then, please. £200, please. 200. 180 then, please. 180. They're easily worth that. 180. 180. I can't go lower. It's got to be 180. Otherwise, I'm going to pass them. Last chance online. Any interest? Unsold. We move on now to lot 393. The specimen cabinet there, £10 is bid at 10. At £10. Any advance then at 10. At £10 then at 10. At 10, 12 bid. 12 bid now. £12 at £15. At 15. At 15. At 15. At 15. Are we all done at 15 then? Selling then at £15. All done at 15. £18 just in time, sir. Thank you. At £18 in the room. At 20s against you now. At £20. At £20. Very lovely. £20 then. All done and selling at 20. £20 is by 693. Lot number 394. The metamorphic ebonized chair there. £50 please. £50 then. £20 then please. 10 for it then please. £10 please.
Oh, got 20. Oh,
What have you got? 100?
20.
100 for me? You got 20.
Got 20.
You've got 20. We're off and running. Kelly's got 20 on the serum. I've got 22. Here we go then.
There you go.
This is how we do it. £22 at 22, at
25.
22, 5 bid, 25, at 25, then on the sale room at 25, at 2 and 5, 25, at £25 then. Selling then on the sale room at 25, £25.
408. 7 SR, sorry.
SR.
SR 1063732.
Thank you. 395 then, and I'm bid £20 on commission at £20. At £20 then, at £20 then, 22, 25, 28 bid, 28, still good value, £28.
Oh, 30.
32, I've got too late Kelly, I'm afraid, 42 bid, rolling on at 42, they're worth well more than this at 42, 8 bid, 48 bid, at 48 bid, at 48, 50 the bid, I've got 50 here, I'm afraid Kelly, pushing for another bid, come on Kelly, at 55 bid, at 55, at 55 bid, 55, at 55, Sarah, are you coming in? 55, 60 the bid, at 6 and 0, at 6 and 0, at £60 then, at £60 then. Wrapping up, last chance, 65 then is bid, at 65 then, at 65 then, at 65, 70 bid, at £70, at 7 and 0, at £70 then, all done at £70, last chance, Sarah Ruby coming back at £70, £70 is by 684, lot number 396 then, Pine again then, £60, £50, thank you on Sarah at £50, Sarah starting at £50 then, at £50 then, at 50, any advance then at 50, at £50, all done at 50 then, selling then to Sarah, made a bid of £50 is by,
SR 897636.
lovely, thank you very much, 397, a 4-door farmhouse dresser there, £500 please for this, £500 please, £300 then please, 250. I've got £300 now. It's bid at 250. At 250. At 200. Sorry, 300. I've got. Sorry, go the wrong way. Yeah. £300 I've got at 300. At 300. At £300 then. At 300. At £300 then. At 300. Any advance at 300 then. I will sell online at £300. All done at 300. £300 is by 638. Definitely not 250. 398 now, the sideboard there. £50 start me please.
40.
40, thank you on Sarah and Kelly at £40 then, at £40. At £40 then, at 40. At £40 then. Made a bid on the Sarah at £40. We're selling then at £40. All done at 40. £40.
SR 1552857.
Lovely, thank you. 399. Similar lot again, this time it's table and chairs by the same company.
Got 40 on sale.
40 on the Sarah, thank you. £40 on the Sarah at £40. At £40 then, any advance then at £40. At £40 then, are we all done? Made a bid then, I'm selling at £40. £40.
SR 1552857.
Same buyer as last, they've got the matching set, brilliant. Lot 400 then, the open house farmhouse chair there, start me at £20 then please.
Oh, I've got 10.
You got 10, thank you, that'll do. £10 is bid then,
Got
10, 12 bid. 12 bid on the Sarah at 12. At 12, 15 I've got, 15, 18 I've got now, at £18, at 18, with me at Easy Live Auctions, at £18, at 18, any advance then at 18, 22 bid, 22 now, at £22 then, at 22, at 22, 5 bid, 25, £28, 28 then, at £28, all done at 28, fair warning at £30 then, at 30, 32, £32 at 32, at 32, any advance then at 32, 5 bid, 35 then, 38 then, 38, at £38 then, last chance at £38 on Easy Live Auctions at 38, 604 the buyer for £38, lot 401, Queen Anne there, the Bureau, starting at £100.
150. Oh, 170.
170, at 170, at 170, nodding in the room at 170. It's not a bid, unfortunately, at 170, at 170, at 170, at 170. All done at 180's bid, 180. I've got a bid of 180 on Easy Life. 190 on the Serum now, 190 Serum, £200 now. At 200 then, at 220, at 220 on the Serum, at 220, at 240 now, at 240, at £240 then. Are they coming back, Kelly? On the Serum, at 240 then, I'm selling on Easy Live Auctions at £240. 240 is buyer 638, lot 402, the button back there, double. Start me at £80, please. £80. £80 then, please. £80 then. £80 then. £80 then. £50 then, please. £50 then. Any interest? I can sell it for 50 if I get a bid.
Got it.
You've got a bid?
Yeah.
Brilliant. We've got a bid at £50 then, at 50. At £50 then we've got a bid. And I'm selling on the serum at £50, 5 just in time on Easy Live. At 55 then, at 55. All the 5s at 55. Are they coming back for 6 and 0?
Yeah.
At £55 then I'm selling at 55. 55 is buy at 655. Lot 403, the crib there. Keep your dolls in there if there's any doll collectors amongst us in the room. £10 is bid online then at £10. There he is, he's the bidder, he's got the dolls. Now the time is the cradle. At £10 then, online on Easy Live at 10. At £10 then, at 10. At 10. Any advance then? It's the maiden bid then of £10 then. All done at £10, all done at 12 now. 12 bid. At 12 bid, at £12 then, at 12. At £12. All done and selling at 12. £12 is 704. Lot number 404. The writing soap, other items, £50. Start me please. £50 then please. 20 for those then. 20 for them please.
Yeah.
20's bid then. At £20 on sale at £20 then. At £20 on the sale at 20. Selling then at 20 on sale room. £20.
SR 1063732.
Lovely. 405. King size bed there.
Got 40.
£40 is bid at £40, £40, at £40 then, at 40, at £40 then, at £40 then. Any advance then? I'm selling then at £40 on the serum at 40, all done at £40. £40.
SR 1926597.
Thank you very much. Lot 406 is the mirror there. Start me £20 then, please. £20, please. 20. 10 for it then, please. 10 for the mirror. 10.
Yep.
£10 is bid. £10 then, and £10 on the serum at 10. At 10, you're coming back. 12 bid. 12 bid. At £12 then.
Yep.
At 12. 15 bid. At 15. At £15 then. At 15. At £15 then. At 15. At 15 on the serum. Coming back Easy Live. Last chance, last call, and we sell at 15. 15.
SR 1063732.
Lovely, thank you very much. We move on to lot 407. Have we got a telephone bid for this one? Oh no, we haven't got a telephone bid. 407.
Gordon's bidding.
Okay, I hear you. £80 then, please. £80 then. 80. £40 then, please. £40 then. £40 then, please. Anything online? £40. 24. You're bidding £40. £40 in the room. At £40 in the room. £40 then. At £40 in the room. At £40 then. Seated at £40 then. At £40 then. In the room then. Selling in the room at £40. £40 is buy at treble 1. Lot number 408, which is the final lot of the day. And bid £12 on commission. 12, 15, 18, 22, 22, 28 bid. 28 I've got. 32, 32 bid. 35 bid. 35, 35, 38, 40, 42, 42, 45, 45, 48 at the back, seated at the back at 48. 50 I've got. 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, in the room at 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, 110, £110 in the room at 110, at 110, at £110 then, at £110 then, all done, and we're selling in the room at 110. 110 is a buy at treble 1, same buy as last, and that's the final lot of today. Thank you.